Good evening and welcome to the Planning Commission meeting of Monday, December 11th, 2023. I now call the meeting to order and I will ask Commissioner Rojas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Raise your right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Anna, will you please do the roll call?
Chair Arith.
Present.
Vice Chair Toller.
Here.
Commissioner Rojas.
Present.
Commissioner Zick.
Here.
Commissioner Andrade.
Here.
Commissioner Vivar.
Present.
Commissioner Klepak. Present.
Great, thank you, Anna. So we have no announcements or presentations this evening, which brings us to public comments. So for those in the public, these are for matters that are not listed on tonight's agenda, but are within our purview. So if you would like to bring something to our attention, you're welcome to come to either podium and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And at the 1 minute mark, you hear a little chime that'll cut you off. So does anyone in chambers wish to speak on items that are not listed on tonight's agenda? Right, yes, sir.
Now, I understand there are two cannabis-related issues that are on agenda, but I wish to speak generally regarding oversaturation of cannabis retailers. My name is Alexander Haberbush. I'm an attorney who represents a number of business and homeowners in Eastside Costa Mesa. This evening, I'd like to address a critical issue that's concerning our community, and that is the escalating number of cannabis retailers, particularly near Broadway and Newport Boulevard. The increasing concentration of cannabis retailers in a confined, residentially dense area is a matter of profound concern. This overconcentration is not merely a disruption to our neighborhood's ambiance, but also poses substantial risks to the overall quality of life cherished by our residents. It leads to a fundamental alteration of the area's character, potentially transforming residential neighborhoods into a commercial hub dominated by a single industry. The overconcentration of cannabis businesses in such dense proximity to homes and families is especially worrying. Research indicates that areas with high densities of cannabis retailers can experience adverse effects, including increased crime rates and reduced property values. These are not hypothetical scenarios, but real possibilities with direct impacts on the people of Eastside Costa Mesa. I urge the City Council, and in particular this Planning Commission, to proactively address this burgeoning issue. It is essential to consider amendments to the existing cannabis ordinance, such as implementing buffer zones and in between retailers and placing a cap on the number of businesses. And it's also important to take in mind the numerous applications pending for new conditional use permits and have a strategic approach. And it is imperative to prevent oversaturation and preserve residential nature of our community. Later this evening, I'll address two specific issues on this agenda, and I will delve deeper into these issues. But in conclusion, the decisions made regarding cannabis retailers will unquestionably shape the future of Costa Mesa. I urge this commission to carefully consider the long-term impacts of these decisions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Haberbush. Anyone else in chambers wish to speak on items that are not listed on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none. I may not have mentioned this before, but for everyone out in Zoom world, if you'd like to speak, you can use the raised hand option, and for those of you on the phone, you can press *9. So starting with Zoom, do we have anyone on Zoom, Anna?
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone on the telephone?
No, we do not.
All right, thank you. I will now close public comments and move on to Planning Commissioner comments, starting with Commissioner Klepak.
Nothing for me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vivar?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful to see city residents here, and just wanted to give some, I'm out of time. I just wanted to give some remarks, end of the year remarks here, as this is our last meeting before we are out for the year. And I just wanted to thank city staff from Mr. Tarquin Preziosi to Jennifer Lee, Scott Drapkin, Anna Partita, and all of the countless city planners that come before us and spend so much time preparing for our meetings as well as city council meetings. You guys have been really tied up this year in the last few months here, so I just wanted to give a big thank you to all your hard work this year. It does not go unnoticed. And also to my colleagues up here on the Planning Commission. It's been a wonderful year with each and every one of you. I've enjoyed all the moments of we've been able to share ideas and to engage in constructive dialogue and discussions and work out our disagreements in ways that are civil and academic. And so just want to thank each and every one of you commissioners for being great people to work with. And I wanted to wish everybody a happy Christmas season. Merry Christmas to you all. And for anybody celebrating the feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe tomorrow, happy feast as well. And that's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Commissioner Rojas.
I just want to echo what Commissioner Vivar said. This chair is not always the easiest position to hold for all of us. We feel the burden of responsibility and business promotion towards our community. And I wanted to say thank you very much to the staff that's helped out. You guys have been very helpful in answering the questions that I've asked you, Mr. Dripkin, and all the other people that are here helping and supporting us. So I just wanted to say thank you to that and wish everybody a Merry Christmas as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Commissioner Zick.
I echo the pleasantries from my fellow commissioners and welcome everybody here tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Andrade.
Yes, same. Happy, merry, and all the good stuff. But I definitely want to also remind the community, so great to have such a great turnout today. We have a nice packed agenda, so I'm so happy to see so many people are engaged to share their feedback. But also stay tuned along this topic of land use and the future of Costa Mesa. Check out the Costa Mesa City website. We have an ongoing conversation on feedback from you all, from the community, on what is going to happen at, or what was the future, what we want to see in the Fairview Development Center. So I encourage you all to check out those invitations and notices. I've got to participate to one of those, and it's really a really great networking opportunity too, to get to meet my neighbors from different districts and give some minimum feedback on what I would like to see the future of Costa Mesa. Also, really exciting just to pull into City Hall and see the beautiful decorations and get all in the spirit. I know I got a 7-year-old that is super excited about Snoopy House opening up. So if you got little ones, or just bring the family down, again, a great way to connect and share those happy holidays with your fellow neighbors. And then finally, there is this great opportunity with the group, local community group, I Love Costa Mesa. I'm actually looking forward. I haven't been able to participate to any of their volunteer or activities that they have, but there's a West Side Nights that is happening on this Friday from 6 to 9 and 792 Victoria Street. It's a great way to, again, connect with neighbors in the community and share all our blessings that we have. And then finally, just along those sentiments, just pray for peace in the Middle East.
Very much so. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Vice Chair Toller.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo everybody's thoughts on thanking everybody here and wishing everybody a Merry Christmas. Thankful for staff and our city and the way everything's running well. I did want to say a couple words. I know we have a packed agenda tonight, but the 405 improvement project was recently completed, and our political and professional leaders met in the IKEA parking lot on December 1st to cut the ribbon and really celebrate the completion of a huge project that's really decades in the making when you talk about the taxation that was required for everything. And I wanted to cut through some of what we've been hearing from the media and from those professional and political leaders who've really been greenwashing and gaslighting the public on this project. So at the end of the day, I invite everybody to think about what we've just done. This was a $2 billion investment into widening an urban freeway. The 60s, 70s, 80s, even 90s, we were still building freeways, and maybe that's forgivable. But now we should know better. There's cities across the country and across the world that are realizing the mistake they've done and trying to figure out how to undo those mistakes and recreate the city fabric that's been destroyed. So real quick, just 3 points I just want to make. Investing in making driving easier in this sort of environment on a freeway, it helps cement in car dependency. So this is a decision we're making for our future generations. So we're car dependent. We're stuck. We're stuck with the lack of options, and we're passing that on to our kids right now. It's a huge financial liability that we're also passing on to our kids, that they're going to have to be very creative to figure out how to undo once they realize maybe we need to take action and be serious about these things that we say we're serious about, like sustainability and climate and walkability and taking transit. And lastly, it increases traffic volume on all our city streets. So all the exits up and down the 405 between here and the 605, there's more traffic volume, and when there's more traffic volume flooding our streets, pedestrian, bicycle, and transit improvements are going to be much more difficult. So I just want to say that. I haven't heard any of that. I've been hearing the opposite. So last thing, if I may, Christmas is coming up, and I expect a lot of people to be getting new bicycles, maybe a lot of e-bikes out there. I want to give a plug to some people that do a bike ride throughout Costa Mesa every Wednesday night. It's called Lillordag Bike Ride. It's a hard word, Lillordag bike ride. You can find them on Instagram. Every Wednesday night, unless it rains, they meet at Lions Park, and they do an easy ride. It's 1 or 2 hours, no Lycra, no clicky shoes. Everybody's invited. It's a great way to just get used to riding your bike, finding good routes throughout the city, figuring out where the gaps are and what you could bug the city about. Also, they have second Saturdays at 10 a.m. So Lillordag Bike Ride. Find them on Instagram, and I invite everybody to join.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. After hearing everyone, I really have to up my game because I was only going to talk about my new dog, Willie Nelson, to you guys tonight. So joking aside, I want to echo some of the sentiments of my colleagues up here. You know, I've been on the commission for a while now, and we've seen a little turnover, but I really can't emphasize enough what a joy it is for me to join you every other Monday and engage in some very high-minded discussions. I know that a lot of what we talk about is very dry. It can be, you know, conforming to rules and looking at code and looking at policies. But I think very highly of every single one of you, and our staff included. I know everyone is doing an exceedingly good job, really reaching high, and I can't begin to tell you how much I appreciate that. So with that, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and I'll end on thank you for the public for being out here tonight. It's always nice to see you all, and we look forward to your engagement along the items that we hear tonight. So with that, I was told that we have a little bit of a technical difficulty in the back room, so we're going to have to reset the system. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break while we sort that out. Thank you. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting of December 11th, 2023. I call the meeting back into order. And this brings us to our consent calendar. We have one consent calendar item tonight. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission staff or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Items removed from the consent calendar will be discussed and voted upon immediately following Planning Commission action on the remainder of the consent calendar. Brings us to approval of the consent calendar items. So Anna, if you'd please read the title.
Consent calendar item number 1, November 27th, 2023, unofficial meeting minutes.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any comments on the minutes? Vice Chair.
Yeah, I just have a silly little thing. I don't know if this is nitpicking or not, but let's see. It's really, each commissioner spoke with a particular person, and that's itemized in the minute. Commissioner Toller spoke with this gentleman about his concerns, and the wording sounds a little ambiguous, like it might have been our concerns, like everybody on the commission called this guy to tell him concerns about the project. So if that's an issue, maybe consider rewording it.
Okay, as in the concerns were one direction.
It came from the applicant,
Yeah.
not the commissioners, which is the
Okay.
way I was reading it.
No, that's pretty reasonable if we could have that reflected in the minutes. Anyone else? All right, may I have a motion, please? Motion made by Commissioner Toller. What's your motion, Vice Chair?
I move to approve the minutes with the wording rearranged so that, to clarify, as
Okay.
stated.
All right, noted. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Rojas. Would you like to speak?
No comment.
All right, no comment, no comment. All right, Anna, if we could bring up the vote, please.
That motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you very much. This brings us to our public hearings, and we have 4 public hearing items tonight, though I'll note that we'll be reordering the agenda and continuing public hearing item number 3. So Anna, if you would, please read the title for public hearing item number 3. But before you do, I will note specifically, public hearing item number 4 is now going to be heard first this evening. So if you'd like to see that in the agenda, please take note of that. Yeah, title.
Public hearing item number 3. Minor conditional use permit application ZA-22-11 for a drive-through operation and a reduction of required parking. Development review PDVR-23-0003 to allow the demolition of an existing 25,159 square foot commercial building and to construct a new 2,913 square foot Raising Cane's restaurant with 1,303 square feet of covered outdoor patio area, minor modification PMND 23-0003 to allow for a decrease of 20% in required front yard landscape setback for a property located at 1595 Old Newport Boulevard. Please note we have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
All right, thanks, Hannah, and thanks for reading the whole title. That was something. It hasn't set a record, but it was close. Okay, thanks. Commissioners, any ex parte, starting with Commissioner Klepak?
None for me.
All right, Commissioner Vivar.
No, I only spoke to staff about the staff report, but that's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Vice Chair?
No.
All right, Commissioner Andrade?
None.
Commissioner Zick?
We did a site visit, spoke about this item with a member of the public, and I visited the harbor location.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Rojas?
I have none.
All right, and I held 2 calls today with Maris DiPasquale, who's on the application team. So with that, let's go ahead and make a motion for continuance to the next Planning Commission meeting of January 8th, 2024. That's motion is made by Commissioner Vivar. I will go ahead and second that, but I don't think The prompter is responding. Would someone else like to hit the button? Oh, there it is. Okay. Would you like to speak to the item, Commissioner Villar? For continuance?
Yeah, if anybody out here was waiting for that item, as far as I know, there was a request by the applicant for a continuance, and so please stay tuned to that item, and it will be renoticed. And you can also, as Commissioner Zick has mentioned before, can sign up for the email notifications for particular items of interest.
All right, thank you. And I echo your statement to Commissioner Villar. Does anyone else wish to speak? Commissioner Zick?
So this item will be renoticed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, it's
it will
going to
not.
be continued to a date certain.
Okay, so
Sorry.
date certain.
Okay, and what was the reason for the continuance?
The applicant requested a continuance to do a little bit more outreach.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Anna, if we could call the question.
Commissioner Andrade and Commissioner Toller. That motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you, Anna. All right, we will see you in the January meeting for that continued item. Thank you. So that brings us to public hearing item number 4. So Anna, if you'd please read the title.
Public hearing item number 4, planning application 22-22 for a conditional use permit to operate a retail cannabis storefront business with delivery located at 1858 Newport Boulevard, Evolve Herbal. Please note we have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
All right, thanks, Anna. Starting to my right, Commissioner Rojas.
I have none.
All right, Commissioner Zick.
I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Mark Adams and with another member of the public.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Andrade.
Had an email exchange with the applicant, Mark Adams.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair?
No.
All right, Commissioner Vore.
I had a brief phone call with Mr. Alexander, the attorney representing a group of unspecified homeowners and business owners in the city of Costa Mesa in regards to their letter to the Planning Commission. And I also read an email from the applicant, Mr. Mark Adams, but I unfortunately was not able to respond to his email, but I did read it.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Klepak.
Yeah, I had a brief conversation with Mark Adams here in Chambers following our last meeting. It was more about the potential changes to the ordinance than it was about his project specifically.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And I will note that I received emails from Mark Adams and Mr. Haberbush with no response. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Halligan to present the item. Ms. Halligan.
Thank you, Chair Arith. Good evening to the Chair and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Halligan, Contract Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Planning Application 22-22 is a request for a conditional use permit to establish a retail cannabis storefront with delivery that would be known as Evolve Herbal. To date, the city has approved 22 CUPs for cannabis storefronts. The approved CUPs are shown here in green. The project being presented tonight is outlined in blue. There are 9 cannabis storefronts currently operating in Costa Mesa. There are several steps in the cannabis permitting process. The applicant completed the pre-application and cannabis business permit application and was allowed to apply for a CUP. If the CUP is approved tonight, the applicant would next finalize the plans based on the conditions of approval, apply for building permits, pass inspections, and then obtain a cannabis business permit and local business license. The proposed storefront would be located at 1858 Newport Boulevard, a mid-block location shown in the aerial and zoning map. The subject property is zoned C2, General Business District. There are other commercially zoned properties to the north, south, and west. Properties to the east are zoned R2 HD, multiple family high density, and P for off-street parking district. Surrounding uses include an open cannabis storefront, restaurant, specialty shops, fitness studios, and grocery store. There are also several restaurants and entertainment businesses across Newport Boulevard in Triangle Square. Here are some photos of the existing conditions. The development on the subject property consists of an approximately 2,280 square foot single-story building. As proposed, the storefront would occupy the entire building. Parking is provided in one surface lot that is not shared with other businesses. The proposed parking exceeds requirements by 2 stalls. This is the conceptual site plan. The applicant proposes to bring the building up to current building codes, update the facade with new paint, windows, doors, and update the front setback with new landscaping. A bike rack would also be added to the front setback close to Newport Boulevard. The parking lot would be redesigned to meet current design standards and add landscaped planters with at least 3 trees. An existing chain link fence on the side would also be replaced by wrought iron. A preliminary photometric plan was provided, and if approved, would be finalized during the plan check process as conditioned. This is a rendering of the proposed business from Newport Boulevard. This is a rendering of the proposed facility from the alley in the rear. This is a rendering of the proposed interior retail sales floor. The proposed interior improvements involve removing existing walls, as well as the construction of new demising walls to create rooms for this specific use. The floor plan includes 2 customer areas, which are limited to a waiting room and a retail sales floor. As shown in green, customers would enter into a designated waiting room that can be accessed from the sidewalk along Newport Boulevard and the parking lot in the rear. All other areas of the premises would be limited to employee access only. There is a limited access door in the rear of the building adjacent to the parking lot. Vendors would park in a designated loading area that is not counted towards the total number of parking spaces. As proposed and conditioned, the doors, product path of travel, and loading area would be under camera surveillance at all times. The applicant provided a detailed business plan that was evaluated by the city's cannabis consultant. It is not attached to the staff report because it contains proprietary information. The business plan describes the operator's experience, proof of capitalization, and proposed day-to-day operations, such as tracking and tracing inventory. The applicant also provided a professionally prepared security plan that was reviewed by Costa Mesa's cannabis consultant. They determined that appropriate security measures were proposed to address both local and state requirements. There are more than 45 standard conditions of approval related to Measure Q uses. For example, cannabis consumption is prohibited on site, hours are limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the facility is subject to local and state inspections, and a security guard must be present on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As with other cannabis storefronts that are near residential development, there are specific conditions of approval proposed to ensure compatibility. These include posting signs in the parking lot to remind customers to use consideration, limiting the hours the exterior trash enclosure can be used, and closing the vehicle gate to the public and customers between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, Class 1, Existing Facilities, and approve Planning Application 22-22, subject to conditions of approval. The applicant, Mark Adams, has prepared a presentation for the Planning Commission tonight. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer your questions.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Halligan. Colleagues, do you have any questions for staff on this? Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Halligan, could you turn to the site plan, the aerial view plan of your presentation? That's it. Thank you. I had a question about the home that is identified as 115 Flower Street. Do you know if that is on its own parcel, or is that part of 117?
Commissioner Zick, it's on its own parcel, but I do not know the history if they were developed at the same time or not.
The fact that it is not on a public street, I was curious about how that came about, but you don't have any history on that development.
Commissioner Zick, I do not have the development history for 115 Flower Street, but that's something I could get back to you in the future.
Okay. And then I don't see it in the staff report, and I know it's a topic that's come up from public comment. I'll first ask the question regarding crime. I know in the past our police department has looked at these cannabis businesses and have not found any issues with them, and we only have a few that are open. As part of your analysis, was there any evaluation having to do with increased risk of crime?
Commissioner Zick, Planning's been working with the police department, and they did provide their records of calls for service for all 9 open cannabis storefronts. And to date, the calls for service have been very limited.
Okay. And thank you for that. And I recognize the source of that information is internal to the city. The other comment that I wanted to ask you about had to do with this, I'll call it a claim since I don't have the data to back it, that these kind of businesses reduce property value. Is there any way that you have had to look at that or analyze that, or is that not really something that you would look at as part of the land use?
Commissioner Zick, we would have had to conduct a study in which we looked at other cities in which there isn't a separation, and then studied the sales price changes over time, but we have not had the ability to do such a study, and we wouldn't be able to control other market factors such as interest rates and things of that nature.
Good. Okay, thank you for that. No more questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Vivar?
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Halligan, for your presentation. In the past, you've shown us a map of open and approved CUPs for cannabis storefronts when we've seen retail cannabis applications. So I'm just wondering, I know that adjacent to this property is the currently open and existing retail cannabis storefront, but would you jog our memory as to whether or not there are any approved CUPs for cannabis storefronts close to this location?
So Commissioner Vivar, there's an open storefront next door at 1854 Newport Boulevard, and there's an approved CUP for a cannabis storefront at 1860 Newport Boulevard. That project just submitted for plan check.
And so the 1860, is that, how far away is that from this property?
It's adjacent as well.
Adjacent? Mm-hmm. So essentially 3 in a row, assuming all 3 were open.
Should all 3 get their CUP as well as obtain a cannabis business permit and state license, then there could be at some point 3 side by side.
Right. Okay. No more questions. Thank you, Ms. Halligan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Thank you, Ms. Halligan. Anyone else? I think seeing none, I might ask a quick question. Turning to page 3 of the staff agenda, the middle paragraph, bottom of that paragraph, it says the previous occupant was a psychic. Do we know what happened to the previous tenant?
I don't have the exact details on what happened, but I am aware that that business has not been located in that facility for quite some time. And the city's been working with Mark Adams on removing some unpermitted work that was done by the previous occupant.
Okay, thank you. Let me just turn a couple pages. All right, I think that's all for me. Anyone else before we move along? All right, seeing none. Ms. Halligan, thank you so much. I'll go ahead and move to open the public hearing and ask the applicant or the applicant's representative if they're present. And if they are, if you'd like to come up to the podium. Either podium's fine. If you would, sir, please state your name for the record. Let us know if you've read the staff report and the conditions of approval, and do you agree?
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Mark Adams. I'm the CEO and manager of Evolve Herbal, an applicant for today. I have read the staff report, and I appreciate the time the staff's putting into it. We're glad to see that they recommend it.
Okay. And do you agree to the conditions of approval as written?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Well, the floor is yours if you'd like to make a brief presentation.
I have a bit of a PowerPoint presentation, if you don't mind.
Sure, please.
So we'll go to the next slide. Just to give you a little bit of background on myself, I first entered the industry in 2006 when my grandfather was diagnosed with colon cancer. I was told to go and grab him some marijuana. I've never had it before, never used it, never smoked it. My family never condoned it. And when we did it, I had to walk into a dark lit place. It was smoke filled, it was scary. And we got it, and we gave it to him. And he lived a longer life because of it. And after that, it just dawned on me that people without their grandsons to go into these cannabis stores, they're not going to come back for this medicine. They're not going to come back for it, and they're going to suffer from it. So we opened up in 2006 under medical marijuana, a nonprofit collective, and we've been providing medicine to patients ever since. I serve on the board of many nonprofit organizations. I was the director of the Medical Cannabis Association. I'm recognized as a court-appointed expert in the field of cannabis. I also serve on the board of advisors to the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration for cannabis regulations. Next slide, please. This is our team. You'll have to excuse our photo. We have Sean Sabika, who's been working with us for 7 years now, and he's devoted to his patients and relations and customer satisfaction. Cesar Lopez has been working with us for 5 years now. He's worked with several different cannabis companies, and he's dedicated to compliance and management. Next slide. So this is a community compatibility study that I did. Considering that there was a store adjacent to us on one side that's already operating and another one that's been approved and going to be obtaining building permits soon. So we went and looked at that, and to my surprise, we actually are conforming to the neighborhood. When we take a look at the block around us, we have 6 hair salons there. They're competing businesses, and they're all just fine. I had pleasant conversations with several of the hair salon owners, and they were too busy. They couldn't take any new customers in. So there's also 4 jewelry stores. I had the pleasure of meeting with Steve and discussing that with him, and he saw it as an advantage having the other locations there. There's also 2 bars and 2 light shops on the street. So we actually kind of conform with that industry counterpart next to us. Next slide, please. Our public benefits that set us apart. I wanted to bring this up because at the last Planning Commission meeting, I remember the sentiment of why do we need another one? And that's why I wanted to make this presentation to you, and that's why it's so important for me. I find it hard to express when you're sitting behind a counter and a person walks in that's blind, has never seen before, and they come back a week later on their own 2 feet telling me that they were allergic to the cataract medication that they're taking and that they saw their grandson for the first time after they used cannabis and the products that we were working with them. It's a responsibility after that. It doesn't just become a business, it's a responsibility to provide safe access, and that's what sets us apart. We've been doing this for a lot of years, thousands of patient surveys to help provide the best quality of medicine that we can. We have a detailed patient intake form so that we can provide the right medicine for the patients that are looking for it, customers as well. We cater to an older demographic. We're not biased. If you're over 21, you have a right to cannabis. But we try to create a professional and inviting environment so that everyone of all ages can be comfortable in our environment. Next slide, please. So our proven process, basically we have a huge mix of different products. I did a lot of research myself with a product development company for many years, working with PhD scientists and working on isolating cannabinoids such as CBD, CBN, and THCA. These products don't have any psychoactive effect, but they may have some medical advantages to them, and we try to specialize in those products. So that's why we're a bit different than our competitors and our colleagues down the street. Our staff is trained on a monthly basis with all of our different products. So we go in and make sure that they understand what the benefits may be and detailed product information. Follow-up. So we always keep in touch with our customers to make sure that after they receive their product, to make sure they were satisfied. And if they weren't, what were the issues? And try and find alternative medications or products for them. Next slide, please. Our exterior design. I heard the Commissioner asking about property values, and that's a good question. I believe right now with the current location that we will improve the property values there. With our design, our remodel will greatly improve the neighborhood curb appeal and should actually help increase real estate prices compared to what's there now. Next slide, please. Our interior design embodies an open area and secure ambience through the integration of sustainable materials, superior workmanship, ADA accessibility, and the creation of a comfortable environment. Next slide, please. Parking. So, cannabis retail traffic patterns are very similar to traditional retail traffic patterns. So our parking lot that's been there for, 40 years, 50 years, is no different than it's ever been. And they don't see any more increased traffic for cannabis than they do any other retail use. So it conforms with the zoning for this property. Next slide, please. Our security. This is a sticking point for me because after years and years in the industry, I want to make sure that we provide a safe environment. So we have a state-of-the-art security system. We monitor it 24 hours a day. We have off-site company that monitors all of our cameras to make sure that everything is in compliance. As far as cash management goes, I remember the commissioner speaking last week or at the last meeting about banking. And I'm proud to tell you that we do have a bank and that we do accept debit cards and credit cards. So we have a lot less cash present, and we have a cash courier that picks up and takes to the bank. So it mitigates the issues of the past. We're moving forward. Next slide, please. Community outreach. So I sent letters out myself with my personal cell phone, my personal information, and my email address to 257 of the residents and occupants next to the property. I only received positive comment back. I haven't received anything negative, and I'm sure that there is because I read the staff report and I saw that there was some issues that some of the residents had, and I'm going to address that. But we've spoken with a lot of the neighbors, Mehdi at the Dubarry Restaurant, Steve at the Jewelry and Loan, Patrick at Mr. Nice Guy, Kayla at Healthy Spot, Sabir at Irene's Tailoring, and Maureen at Rita Raven's Hair Lounge. And all of them were in support and in favor and excited for the change. So I wanted to address a little bit of a response to the public comment that was made. I just kind of want to get in front of it because it's important. And I understand that this community and this neighborhood cares. And it's evident by reading these letters, and I take it very seriously. So as far as saturation goes, we talk about that, and it sounds like a scary thing when you talk about saturation. But any impact that cannabis would have has already happened. It's there. So if we're talking about some negative impact that's an unknown, I've been in the industry for many years, and I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that with locations opening up, and saturation's nothing new. I mean, my location that we're operating out of right now has 4 locations within 2 blocks, and we've survived and thrived in that environment because we're different. So the extra parking that we have there, I see it actually relieving some of the pressure. So if we think about this and talk about the volume, it's not like 2 locations compared to 3 locations is going to bring that much more volume to the neighborhood. In actuality, it provides for more parking spaces and a more distributed, a more evenly distributed customer base. So I think it would actually relieve some of that pressure and some of those concerns. Parking. We talked about parking, and I mentioned that in the back. We have 24-hour security, so I don't see any issues with the parking and ingress and egress. It's no different than any of the other locations on Newport Boulevard. The loitering issues, we have noticed that. There is a homeless problem along Newport Boulevard, and it's actually throughout our state. It's unfortunate and it's sad. But that's the whole idea of having a secure building, is to make sure that we don't have any loitering present at our building and securing our block. I've spoken with Patrick over at Mr. Nice Guy and Steve over at the Jewelry and Loan so that we could have our security teams speaking to each other and communicating and making sure that everybody's on the same page as far as that goes. And as far as public outreach goes, I've walked the streets, I've sent out letters, and my phone's on and open, and I'm here. So if anyone has any comments, they're welcome to talk to me outside, and we can discuss any issues. With that, I'd like to close and just thank you all very much for your consideration tonight, and happy holidays.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adams. If you wouldn't mind staying up here for a sec, colleagues, do you have any questions of the applicant, starting with Commissioner Rojas?
I do. Can we bring up slide number 6 again, please? 6. All right, on the, go back one. We talk about product mix. Our product mix is curated with a focus on CBD, CBN, THC tinctures, mostly for promoting overall health. What would you say the ratio is between medical versus recreational products that you carry or you offer?
That's a very difficult question to ask because people come in that have conditions and they use it every day for a condition. For example, my father uses it as a sleep aid. That's what he uses. He uses a CBD, CBN, THC product. What is the ratio? Well, it's about 2 milligrams of THC, which is very light, but it activates the CB2 receptors, so the CBD and the CBN became much more effective. So when you talk about, what our percentages are, it's difficult because if I was to really shout a number out at you, I would say 90%. Because people that call it recreational are still using it for a purpose, and their purpose is usually medically based, whether it's anxiety or sleep.
Right. My question is really going towards general plan conformance plan policy LU 1.1. It talks about a mix and balance of goods and services. And so I just wanted to see what distinguishes you from Mr. Nice Guy versus the other one that we already approved. If you have 3 cannabis offices side by side, but one is primarily recreational, the one claims to be medical, I wanted to kind of draw the line for differentiation on that.
No, thank you. I'd love to discuss that with you, actually. What sets us apart is real simple. When you go in and you go to a regular traditional retail cannabis store, they may have a balm, right? They may have 2 balms. We'll have 25 with different CBD, THC, CBN mixes on them. We don't just offer THC products. That's not my goal. The world doesn't need another one. They don't. Okay, I have a purpose. I believe in this, okay? So I like being able to provide products where people can tell me that they had an addiction that they can get off of to prescription medication. I have so many patients that are at our store every day telling me that they got off prescription painkillers and medications and they're using our products now and they're able to self-titrate, because we have lab testing and that's a thing that we fought very hard to get passed on the state level and municipal levels, lobbying and fighting with different owners and laboratories to make sure that safety testing and potency testing was prevalent on all of the packaging. And it worked, and we're here today.
Understood. Okay, thank you. And if we can go back to page number 4, or slide 4, please. We're looking at this, and I see you listed 6 hair salons, 4
Yeah.
jewelry stores, 2 bars, and 2 light shops. What was the range on those businesses? How far apart were
One
they?
block.
All within 1 block?
Yeah. So I walked just right where our location is, and then just 1 block to the south. That's it.
Okay, understood.
Yeah. That's all on 1 block.
That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Commissioner Zick.
Thank you. My question kind of follows some of the line of thinking of Commissioner Rojas. And I don't have a clean way of asking it, but I want to let you know that I'm not trying to catch you in a contradiction. I'm trying to understand you. One of the things you said was that you were catering to an older demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Part of my question about that is why? And the second is, wouldn't a younger demographic also have medical needs? So why are you saying you cater to an older demographic?
It's a great question, and thank you for giving me the time to explain that, because I wanted to, but I didn't want to take up too much time. So I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to discuss that. When I say we cater to an older demographic, what I mean by that is the day that my grandfather needed that medication, he sent me because he was afraid to walk into a place. I don't want people to be afraid to go get cannabis. I don't want them to be afraid to go in and be nervous because of the music that's playing, because of the way they're treated at the counter, because of that. What I'm trying to say when I say we cater to an older demographic is that we conduct ourselves professionally.
Okay, so, all right. I'm kind of curious how you would market to that. It's not a question, but I'm wondering about that, especially with 22 other cannabis businesses currently in the city. How would the old person that might feel uncomfortable in other shops, based on what you're describing, ever stumble onto yours? It isn't like yours is titled geriatrics.
No, it's not, and it shouldn't be either. Because when I say that, I just mean professionals and more mature people, okay?
Okay.
But I want you to understand, word travels fast.
Okay.
I have patients and customers that have been coming to us for years, numbers of years, and as soon as they have a friend, a colleague, a coworker, anyone with some sort of medical issue, they're at our door,
Okay.
and they're introducing them.
Thank you for that. You, in response to Commissioner Rojas' question, you're certainly entitled, of course, to sell recreational cannabis products
Absolutely.
to anybody that wants it. You indicate your emphasis is on the medical. How is it that you're going to hold to that as an emphasis and not just be like the other shops and basically, I mean, are you going to be less fun to shop in and it's just people needing the medical product or?
It's my mission.
Okay. All right. My last thing is just a comment, the community outreach. I appreciate you did that. Oftentimes, people that might not agree with you wouldn't necessarily call you back.
I know.
There's nothing to
I wish they
discuss.
would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner, looking around, Commissioner Vivar.
Yeah, thank you for your time today and speaking with us. And I also want to echo Commissioner Zick and thank you for your public outreach. So in the walking tour that you did you see any, say, like you mentioned hair salons or the jewelry shops? Did you see any sort of three in a row?
Yes.
Did you?
There's 4 hair salons that there's no other business in between. So on Broadway, there's 2 locations, and then some empty space, and then 2 other hair salons. And the jewelry store, there are 2 right next to each other. Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, the Middle Eastern restaurant's right in between it. So it's within about 25 feet. Great lunch over there, by the way.
So, but they're not all like right next to each other and like adjacent, like say
Yeah,
door separated by walls only.
yes, there's hair salons that are.
And so you mentioned that they were very busy, you said, when you went to see those hair salons.
Yes.
So I walked by your neighbor who's now operating a cannabis storefront, and I couldn't really see any shoppers, and so I think it was. I mean, I don't know. Maybe business was slow that day, but if your neighbor is seemingly slow, how would you set yourself apart and on offering a product at that street corner that, from the looks of it, is not receiving a high amount of traffic?
People seek us out, Commissioner Vivar. People have seeked us out before, and they'll seek us out again. When they find out that we're here and they find out what we provide, they will seek us out wherever we're located.
Okay. In you mentioning that you reached out to residents of the city and kind of tried to, I guess, and address any of concerns, did you reach out to any of the people who wrote letters to us or to Mr. Haberbush, who is a legal representative of concerned homeowners and business owners in the vicinity of your project?
Yes, I replied to some of the emails that were received for the public comment. I think I responded to 2 of them that looked like they were actually residents and people that were concerned neighbors, just kind of responding to their concerns about parking and security and things of that nature. Yes, I did.
But you did not speak to Mr. Haberbush?
No, I did not speak to Mr. Haberbush. I don't know who his clients are or who he represents. It's been undisclosed.
Right, because as I mentioned on ex parte, we received the communication from yourself and from him, and I think that some of his comments are in our record here. But that's it for me, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Commissioner Andrade.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Adam, and I appreciate you doing your homework and listening to some of the concerns that we have brought up in the past and bringing some insight to that. Can you share a little bit more about the banking that you mentioned?
Sure.
Go into more detail.
Yeah. So we bank with a financial institution called Dama Financial, and we actually have an account, a new account with Unified. It's called Unify, excuse me. There's actually several banking options now. So cannabis banking is here. And so they're not FDA insured, which is the big, I'm sorry, not FDA, it's FDC, excuse me. Yeah, I guess you could tell how much I bank. So FDC insured, they're not FDC insured, but besides that, they're accredited banking institutions. And they're available. You know, it's not a secret thing. It's just wide open, and credit card processing is here, and there's banks willing to take the risk. The fees are much higher, but that's coming down. We're seeing that as everything normalizes and the industry normalizes, just like everything else. Just like this meeting we're having today.
Awesome. And then along the lines of my fellow commissioners, can you share, speaking of the targeted population that you're seeking out, do you have any details on what is your average patient count that is seeking more of the medical use as opposed to the recreational use?
You see, a lot of people that come in don't like to discuss it. They'll come in, they'll get their product. Sometimes they feel comfortable enough. That's the whole idea of our location, is that we want people to be comfortable enough to discuss that. And we have a special intake area where they can, feel comfortable to discuss their issues and seek different products for that. But honestly, no, we have no way of keeping that metric.
So we're targeting that population, but how about do you have information on, I don't know, age demographics? Right,
yes,
since
we
you're
do.
saying you're going for more our senior.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because I actually went and checked our database of about 17,000 customers and looked at the driver's license information because it's actually entered into a thing. And we had Caesar run a nice Excel spreadsheet. And the average age is 47 years old. I am 47 years old. So that's on average.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I appreciate that because it really is helpful to better understand how you differentiate amongst the others, right? Especially since
Yeah.
you're going to be right in between two other locations. I mean, I've done and I hope the community too that have written these letters, made my own due diligence and
Yeah.
try to visit at least most locations since this is what we're focusing on. And again, I'm not too familiar with the whole product line, so I am that customer that goes in and asks 50,000 questions.
That's
'cause I
great.
don't know the difference between one or another, and what does this do, what does that do, and all of that measurements and whatnot. So I guess this is where I think I'm struggling. I appreciate that you're saying 47% is older, but it seems like I can get those kind of questions answered at most locations. I don't think I maybe haven't visited 2 or 3 or the latest that have opened up, but
I
I
hope so.
kind of go through an exhaustive list of questions, and it seems like, oh yeah, there's this thing and that thing. You could try this thing, So how would you set yourself apart?
Through product knowledge, right? So we don't just have a product, oh yeah, this helps with this. No, we actually look at the studies that were done. We carry a lot of literature and give people a lot of access to that literature so they can read for themselves. We're not medical professionals. We're not allowed to make medical recommendations, but we can offer them the information so they can make decisions for themselves.
Could you share a little bit more about your efforts in recruiting local Costa Mesa residents? That's one of the goals here, is that, this helps address, the need for employment in our community, that you're targeting local Costa Mesa residents. Any thoughts around labor unions as well?
Yes, I mean, we're open to that. I mean, the less commuting we have to do with the 405 expansion project and everything else going on, the better for us. So yes, we are recruiting from the local environment, and I'm actually a member of the Chamber of Commerce and worked with them on a workshop to hire local people.
Awesome. So going through, and what labor union are you looking to kind of, I don't know, make this information available to the employees, or?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry, do you have, I know that there's 2.
It's the
Anyone-
CFW, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I might have missed this question, maybe for staff chair, but your business is called Evolve Herbal.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that we had, our current code specifies that we don't lean into kind of our name and our branding to imply marijuana. So I don't know maybe if this is a question for staff or the client, like what's the flexibility there in herbal, weed? I don't know.
I actually considered that. Listening to the comment that was made last week, or last meeting, I should say. It feels like last week. But I was considering that and talking with our colleagues about that, and we may just use the name Evolve this way to not encourage the idea that there's cannabis there. But that's up to staff, whether it's a requirement. We haven't made a decision on that. But if that was one of the conditions, we would be more than willing to comply with that.
I think so. That might be worthwhile the consideration. I mean, we were already hearing from one of the open places is called Nectar, and people think it's a juice bar. So if you
Right.
put herbal, people might think, oh, it's a spice restaurant or something.
Yeah, there's
selling-
actually Nectar's a really great juice bar.
Variety of herbs. But you're selling just one herb. So, yeah, just
Different varieties. Few hundred different varieties.
That's my joke for the evening.
All right.
I'll just jump in real quick, Commissioner Andrade. I see where you're going with it, and I had similar thoughts as well. If you say something herbal, does it imply it's an herbal supplement store? And then you get, people post-workout looking for their herb. So also, we don't have to answer this right now, but I'm not sure if you're familiar with the fact that there's a climbing shoe company called Evolve that's spelled the same exact way. So if the name changes theoretically, then there's already a company name called Evolve in the rock climbing industry.
Is it just EVOLV?
Yep, some of the best rock climbing shoes there are.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That stuff's too scary for me. I don't mess around with the rock climbing.
Okay. All right. Just want to put that out there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Klepak, do you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I don't have any questions.
All right. And I don't either. So, Mr. Adams, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate
you
it.
all.
We might call you back up here in a few minutes. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now open the floor for public comments. If you'd like to speak to this item, you're welcome to queue up on either side of the podium. I'll give you 3 minutes, and at the 1 minute mark, you're going to hear the ding. For those of you who are on Zoom, please use the raised hand feature, and if you're using telephone, you can push *9. So I'll go ahead and start to my left. Yes, ma'am. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Francine Howard, and I live within all 9 of these pot shops. And the gentleman who just presented is the Mother Teresa of pot shops. I mean, they can cure anything. And they're there for these old people who are so intimidated, they just couldn't go anywhere else. I remember when we were discussing whether to allow medical marijuana. And I'm sure that this gentleman opposed having prescriptions written and doctors prescribing and going through a pharmacy with a real doctor. As he said, he's not a doctor, but he talks about these people as his patients. I want to know what happens after these patients leave his business. He has armed security on the premises, but what about in the park where you get high? Or in your car where you get high? And the police are saying that they haven't been called to these places. Why? There's armed security. How about after they leave? I have a young grandson, and I resent that he has painted a picture that there is no adverse side effects to the product that he's legally selling. Yes, legally. He is so slick. It's like, are you kidding me? Come on. We don't need any more pot shops. And for us to even consider one more in this city that is going right down the drain. For the, I think your last name is Toller. You're an environmentalist. Have you seen the trash on the streets? And it's equated to homelessness. Why are these people homeless? Are many of them on drugs? Many started with marijuana. It is a gateway drug, and I won't back down from that statement. It does more harm than good. So I wish he had knocked on my door, because I would have been the only resident who opposed your shop and all the others. So next time, be honest. Not everyone agrees with you, and not everyone is healed by your product. Many people are
If you can speak to
harmed.
us, ma'am, thank you.
Oh, with a microphone, I assumed you could hear me too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Quiet, please. Yes, sir.
Hi, yeah, I submitted a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if that's available or not, or if I could share the physical copies today. Has that been prepared? It was submitted with the email that was listed on the agenda. I'm forgetting the exact email now. Well, regardless, just to respond to several of the points that were raised, I've spoken to a number of community residents as well as business owners in the area. From what I understand, there was no community outreach whatsoever done until a letter was sent last Friday morning. That's about 3 days ago. If people had public comments they wanted to make or letters they wanted to write, I would suggest there was not ample time for them to prepare that in the meantime. Regarding increased rates of crime, there's only been about one study on that I know of. It was conducted in 2014 out of University of Colorado at Denver, and it concluded that in areas surrounding cannabis retailers, there was between a 26% and a 1,400% increase in crime. Now, that's not at the retail shops themselves, but in the surrounding areas, as was mentioned. I'd also say that the comparison to hair salons is not necessarily apt. If anything, given the sheer number of customers that are served, I don't know of many hair salons that have 17,000 customers. And certainly last time I got my hair cut, it took about 30 minutes. There's not a drive-through at most haircuts. You can't just drive through, get your product, and leave. I'm not sure that comparison is apt, and I'm not sure you should measure oversaturation by the same metric. I would like to draw particular attention to that PowerPoint that I submitted to every one of the commissioners by email. If you look at that, it shows some of the problems that are raised with overconcentration in the area. They are literally 4 adjacent businesses that have conditional use permits either granted or being contemplated. They are all serviced by the same alleyway. Now, I visited that alleyway in person. According to city standards, parking design standards, alleyways are required to be a minimum of 22 feet in width. There are portions of this alleyway that are as narrow as 10 feet. Now, I understand that part of this conditional use permit includes a delivery service that's going to increase traffic through this alleyway, which is immediately adjacent to residential properties. Now, some of these residential properties have already, at their own expense, been forced to install barriers between this alleyway and their property to prevent cars from crashing into their property and doing damage to it. This kind of problem is only going to be exacerbated. The mere fact that parking has been handled through having enough parking spaces does not change the fact that this alleyway is inadequate to service 4 cannabis dispensaries. Thank you very much for hearing my comments tonight, and I hope.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good evening, Planning Commission and staff. My name is Tracy Mitchum. I'm one of the business operators at 1860 Newport Boulevard, where we have operated a jewelry store for over 17 years. I want to start off by saying that we have no problem with cannabis businesses, and in fact, we will be sharing a hallway with one that is opening at our location. So as much as we welcome new businesses, we realize that there are issues to overcome as well. The main issue is that we really didn't know a whole lot about this new business or new neighbor. Granted, I just heard Mr. Adams' presentation here today, so I learned a little bit more. The last 4 to 5 cannabis shops have done significant outreach and introduced themselves long before any hearing. They hosted community outreach events, and we were able to get all of our information that we needed to make informed decisions. We were at the shop Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and no one had come by to reach out to us. I would expect that they would at least reach out to their direct neighbors before any public hearing. I've had discussions with residential neighbors about the alleyway that will serve as the traffic flow for all of our businesses. There has not been any real business activity at the location that we're discussing for years. Now, in addition to current uses, there will be 2 retail cannabis shops, with this new one doing delivery as well. The first shop has not even opened, so we don't know the impact that that is going to have on the alleyway and traffic. This is a very narrow alley, as that sir just stated before. It only fits 1 vehicle, traffic flows both directions, and people get stuck at times. So the alley has numerous choke points that don't allow for people to back up or turn around in any manner. I think that this needs to progress incrementally and allow for us to see the impact of 1 store before we throw 2 into the alley at the same time. I really just do not want to create a bad situation for the residential neighbors and a potential issue for the businesses that are currently using the alley. I would ask if the city has done any real analysis on the traffic impact in this alley. There's been 0 activity at the location for years, so clearly this is going to be a major intensification of traffic on that small alley. Has the city come out and surveyed the alley to determine if it's safe to have the new traffic flow? Has the staff measured the alley in any manner to show the commissioners what we're dealing with. I would ask each of the commissioners to come walk the alley to see for themselves. We now run a low vehicle traffic volume store for years, and it works, but I'm getting concerned now. However, I'm sure that we could have conversations with the new store owner to address these issues. I just think that that would have been a good idea.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commission and staff. My name is John Upton, and I'm a resident and homeowner of Costa Mesa for over 30 years. My daughter and grandkids also live next door to me. It is a 3 to 4 minute walk from my house to the new cannabis location seeking approval. My family are the ones being directly impacted by this usage. I will start off by saying that I do not oppose cannabis retail shops in the city. However, I am for responsible planning and restrictions on these stores. I think the commission should stay on track with the 500-foot buffer between shops they are discussing. I also support the residential buffer as well. Every city I have heard of has limits on the number of shops and buffers between them. It should not be that 4 shops are packed into a small concentrated area that is a residential street entry. The city and this commission have no way to know what kind of impact will result from placing 4 shops side by side on a residential street. What case study or examples did you look at in determining the potential impact? Where's the traffic analysis? I hope you're not comparing it to the psychic reader that has not been in business for years. The retail frontage there is currently low traffic. These 4 shops will definitely create a huge traffic issue. How can the city possibly make traffic comparisons to businesses that are currently seeing 0 customers for long periods of time? I do not want a main entrance to my street being all cannabis shops. There is a lot of real estate that fits the cannabis map, and there is no reason why the commission should allow them all to be lumped into one location side by side by side by side. I really think the commission should not approve any more shops until the new ordinance is worked out. This shop is not compatible in the local community and will create a negative impact. I live within 250 feet of this location, and I have not even heard from this applicant. What kind of outreach is expected from these cannabis applicants? I remember getting letters in multiple languages from past applicants that had community outreach events and were knocking door to door. Some of those applicants were on the other side of town, and I still got letters, invites to community events, and door knockers for months before the hearing. I am not sure of the requirements, but a minimum, the applicant should reach out to the residential neighbors within 200 feet of this location. Neither my daughter and I have received anything but this public notice last week. Not one neighbor I spoke to has heard from this applicant. I see Newport Boulevard retail storefronts as a centerpiece to our community. And I know for me and my family, we do not want the main entrance to our home being all cannabis shops. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Okay. My name is Janice Bromberg, and first of all, I want to say that my husband and I live at 115 Flower Street. And we don't know the history of our property either, except it was built in 1925. So everything around it probably didn't exist at that time. Okay, that being said, my husband and I have no problem with recreational or medical marijuana at all. And I appreciate what you do, Mr. Adams. I just don't want you to do it right next to my house. So we live adjacent to the property behind all these 3 locations. We had no say when the nice guys moved in. We've lived here 10 plus years, and there was a donut shop, and then there was a pot store. All we got was a notice in the mail saying, "We're coming soon." We smell and witness and have taken pictures of patrons in the parking lot behind 1110 Broadway, smoking in their car, and we can smell it in our house. That said, we are good neighbors with the jewelry store since we moved in 10 plus years ago. We spoke with them and the owners of the new marijuana shop in their building quite a bit before this all happened. And as far as Mr. Adams, I received his introductory letter the same day I received the notice about this meeting tonight. So I just kind of feel like we're in the twilight zone a little bit. Again, around our neighborhood, security at the venues, at the shops, in the parking lots is fine, but it's what happens outside and in the big parking lot by our house. So I just would like you to really consider what I'm saying. And if you lived there, would you want this? And I would also hope that you guys would do a little bit more study on the impacts that this will have. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for being here.
I do have the pictures if you're interested. They're kind of grainy, but.
If you'd like to give them to Anna, she can help circulate them around. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Vucevic, floor is yours.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'll make my comments brief. So yeah, obviously support small businesses starting up in Costa Mesa. My only kind of brief technical comments are I noticed in the planning documents that there's a bike rack in the front. I would encourage also a bike rack in the back of the business if that's also where a large amount of customers are going to be expected, especially if that's where the residential neighborhoods are, as someone who used to live in the east side. So it's not a one or the other. I'd encourage a both and if there's the space available, and bike racks are pretty small. I'd also encourage the applicant. I'm really encouraged to see that there is an opportunity to enter the business from the frontage of the street, and I think orienting businesses to the street is what increases walkability and just a more vibrant community. And I think this area has a severe need for some more walkability. But on that note, I would encourage in the planning for this business to have a ramp instead of the stairs that are currently at the front of the business. I think there are 3 steps. And I believe that, I'm not an expert in this, but I believe that if that there's enough of a grade that it could be a ramp accessible for wheelchair users instead of just those 3 steps there. So I think something should be considered or something to be looked into. Last note, this is not directly related to this item per se, but related to how we're doing this process as a whole. If the city and we as a city are judging our cannabis stores based on the calls for service, I want to just remind everyone that gives a strong disincentive for our cannabis stores to make calls to our police departments about relevant issues if they feel like that they're going to be on the chopping block or have to deal with the code enforcement because of a significant issue, like someone smoking cannabis in their parking lot. And so I just want us to remember that's not it's an actively imperfect metric, and not actually encouraging the type of businesses that we want, which are good businesses that are actively listening to resident needs and then calling the police if there's a need for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vucevic. Yes, ma'am. Hi.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Christy Turley. I'm a resident in Costa Mesa for over 30 years, and I also have a business that's right on East 18th Street. And my problem, I think, with having these businesses so close together is it's turning our quaint little city into like the city of Costa Mesa, but no longer. It's going to be called the city of cannabis. I have no problem with cannabis stores. I just don't think we need 4 of them right next to each other. I think the parking is really another issue. This storefront is right on Newport Boulevard. There's not a lot of parking along the street there, so people will have to definitely turn around and get into the back. I just think it's not a great idea. I'm sorry, guys, but I think it's not a great idea to start cramming everybody into one small area. And I do think it would end up hurting other cannabis stores if they're all right next to each other. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. So before you start, sir, is that a Cal State Fullerton hat or a Florida hat?
It is. No, it's a Cal Fullerton.
All right. Go Titans. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Some of you guys know me, Mr. Israel. I really just happened to come here on a different matter, but let me share with you guys. So the Nice Guy was the highest paid for property in Costa Mesa. And I heard the gentleman speaking about the demographics of 47-year-olds as being their predominantly individual purchasing. But what's the demographic of all the kids and young 20-year-olds that are going over to the bars across the street, Goat Hill Tavern, Memphis, Triangle Square. That really isn't the 47-year-olds. Those are the 20-year-olds and younger. And when this whole thing started 3 years ago, when we were discussing of having cannabis where Newport Boulevard was going to be the corridor and Harbor Boulevard, they weren't supposed to be next to each other. There was supposed to be a buffer zone. There was supposed to be a buffer zone between residential, schools, parks, and so forth. And now you guys are stacking them on top of each other. I mean, not sure which directions you guys are going, not to mention there isn't sufficient parking to this property, there isn't sufficient green space for this property, and the list will go on. Not to mention that the alleyway is not a thoroughfare to be used as an access point. So we can go on and on and on with half a dozen of these cannabis. Who's running this town at this point, guys? Seriously. This isn't NASA scientists dealing with this stuff. You got your guidelines that you need to follow, and everybody keeps getting conditional use permits. At what point does it stop? At the current rate between Bristol, which is Gannett Lumber, and Industrial, there's over 9 cannabis stores. Granted, we're a through city. Everybody's going to come here. Irvine ain't going to allow it. Huntington's not going to allow it. Newport, those are all sorry, lost the train of thought. But
Charter cities?
Charter cities, exactly, which will not allow it. We're the only ones. You know, we've already prostituted Costa Mesa with sober living houses, and now you guys are doing it with cannabis. We weren't against having it. We're against about having these many of them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Quiet, please. Thank you. Anyone else in chambers wish to speak to this item? Anna, do we have anyone starting with Zoom?
Yes. Janet L., you may provide your public comment.
All right. Hello, Janet. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Janet Loftus. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. When cannabis storefronts were approved in Costa Mesa, we assumed that our Costa Mesa leadership would set up a responsible framework for future development in the best interest of our city. Recently, we've been dismayed to see the highly visible locations of some of the new stores opening up, and we're in disbelief when we became aware that there are plans for 4 dispensaries in a row at Broadway and Newport Boulevard, just a few blocks from our home. After further research, we've discovered that there's no required distance between dispensaries, no required distance from dispensaries to residences, and unbelievably, no cap on the number of dispensaries. The apparent lack of foresight as to how this would affect our community is disappointing. There are residences just 25 feet from the back of the proposed cannabis store at 1858 Newport Boulevard. So are we really protecting our children when we require the dispensary to be 1,000 feet from their school, yet they come home and it's literally in their backyard? We were further astounded to discover that in addition to the numerous stores that have already been approved, there are currently 53 retail cannabis storefront applications in various stages of review, plus 10 on the wait list. Of these, 24 are on Newport Boulevard. This is insanity and will most definitely change the face of our city as we become the mecca of cannabis sales in Orange County. This issue is especially personal to us because we have had the heartbreak of watching a loved one struggle with a debilitating marijuana addiction, leading to an episode of cannabis-induced psychosis. The cannabis sold at these dispensaries is incredibly potent at THC levels of up to 90%. It is nothing like the marijuana of 20 or even 10 years ago. It is addictive and is wreaking havoc on the developing brains of teens and young adults, causing depression and anxiety as it disrupts the receptors in their brains. It is also causing cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, a condition that causes repeated and severe bouts of vomiting, and cannabis-induced psychosis at alarming rates. My sister-in-law is a social worker at a nearby emergency room, and she deals with marijuana-related emergencies and cannabis-induced psychosis on a daily basis. This is going on, yet our youth is now having to drive by rows of highly visible cannabis storefronts, compounded by a culture that is telling them that marijuana is natural and good for them, a cure for their mental health issues even. And further, they get a mayor who brags about being one of the first customers to the cannabis dispensaries that he is such a strong proponent of. We are at a pivotal point right now, and it will be very difficult to get the genie back in the bottle if the cannabis industry is allowed to have free reign in Costa Mesa. Please deny this application in the best interest of the businesses and residences of our neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anna, do we have anyone else on Zoom?
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, how about telephone?
No, we do not, Mr. Chairman.
All right, great, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the public hearing. And commissioners, do you have any further questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Yes, Commissioner Zick.
I just have one question. I didn't write down the number. You mentioned you had sent out letters to 100, 127 or something?
257.
257.
Yep.
When did you do that?
I did it. I wanted to actually address that about the public outreach.
I just want to know when you did that.
It was about 10 days ago.
10 days ago. And was that through the postal mail or hand delivered?
Postal mail.
Okay.
It was certified mail. I went and had a company do it and then send the certification here. I just want to mention.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
Colleagues, anyone else have questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Mr. Adams, you're welcome to make any closing comments that you like, sir. Thank you.
I just wanted to let you guys know that I only found out that we'd be coming to the Planning Commission about 3 weeks ago. I got a letter stating that we wouldn't be heard until about April. And then there were some issues with other applicants and our thing got sped up. So I didn't really have as much time as I would have liked to have. But once I had notice, I took action immediately and started to move on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, commissioners, do you have any further questions for staff at this point? Commissioner Zick.
So the residents within a 500-foot radius and businesses would have received a postcard in the mail 10 days prior to tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that postcard would basically tell them the address, maybe the name of the business or the type of business, but obviously the staff report wouldn't be available to anybody until the Thursday or Friday, the same time we got it, just couple days ago, correct?
Commissioner Zick, that is correct, and that's our standard procedure for public noticing and agenda postings.
Just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Anyone else have questions for staff? Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, so on one of the, I think it's page 15, under land use policy 3.1, protect existing stabilized residential neighborhoods, including mobile homes, from the encroachment of incompatible and potentially disruptive land uses and or activities. Along those lines, one of the questions the commissioners had was, what is the financial impact for property owners, residential property owners, or even other businesses on having this concentration? There is no, you were saying that there was no supportive data on that.
Commissioner Andrade, I'm saying that staff has not been directed to collect that information, and I do not know how, the extent of that scope of work and the length of time that would take.
I mean, just reading this, it seems like the financial impact that these businesses would have on the existing, right, would be kind of a good interest, a good data piece to have, especially hearing, from our local residents that have property. Mr. Haberbush that is making that claim of a couple of representatives. So just curious if there's maybe any other examples from other cities that have that maybe that we can lean on.
Commissioner Bart, thank you.
We could reach out, and we'll do so, to our cannabis consultant who has worked with different local agencies and different communities, and ask him, one specific individual is fairly knowledgeable on that type of subject matter, if there's been any kind of studies, but none that I'm aware of that have been posted, for instance, on the state's cannabis website or any other type of areas where I've seen this data readily available.
Okay, so technically, because of this new industry, there's still, currently, there's no existing data that can really support. Right?
I would say that I haven't, from a staff perspective, seen any new data like that or any data. Certainly locally, the data would be too new to sort of determine, but that doesn't mean it wouldn't be a good practice to go look at other data areas that have experienced cannabis and the growth of it for several years.
Yeah,
It's usually an economic analysis.
Right, right.
Things like that.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I mean, especially that would give us some concrete data to go by to really make inference on this land use policy and how it may financially negatively impact the local homes, and really support the comments that our local residents are saying. Which again, I appreciate you all kind of sharing your voice, sending those emails. Along those lines, and I don't know, maybe for the record, I don't know if I missed this in the in the staff report. You know, under you know, I think one of the reasons, the conditions for approval is that it's going to support and provide us growing business for revenue for the city. And based on the presentation that we heard, based on the number of businesses that are currently open or the ones that are already approved, what is the kind of revenue per store that we foreseeably will get out of, what would this be, application number 23?
Do you mind if I tack something on, Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah.
Is it to ask, at what point does the city maximize its tax revenue? Have we already reached that point, and is it now getting diluted by approving more? Is that essentially the?
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
for rewording that.
All
Yes.
right.
I can respond to that. Tax revenue is something that our finance department tracks. What I would keep in mind, and when we've asked this question in the past, is that the stores opening are relatively new, and so they've really only just begun to start reporting tax revenue to the city. So I don't think we have a complete picture to be able to answer your question tonight.
And then just very similarly, any other supporting data from other cities, like at what cap, based on, you know, I know the previous meeting, we had some really great comparisons. Like, is there any that we can lean on again, based on other cities that have already running businesses for some time?
You're speaking in specifically with regards to tax revenue?
Right, yeah, right, because that's one of the conditions
Sure.
for our approval.
Well, obviously, the cannabis stores that you've read in the reports clearly say that there's a higher tax rate for them. In other areas, like the neighboring city of Santa Ana, also has a tax rate higher, which brings in funding for the city. We could look out to them, which we have in the past, so find out what theirs is comparatively.
Okay, and then also finally for the record and everyone watching online and in person, one of the agenda items that we're looking at today is really responding to the community's concern, our residents' concern about overconcentration, distance, all the things that we heard tonight. We're looking at making proposals to change the code or recommend code changes to City Council to take into consideration, right, based on what we're hearing at every meeting that we have an application. So how does, administratively, how does that play out? I mean, like, tonight we're listening to this applicant, but then later tonight we're also going to make a recommendation on maybe potential changes. Like, how would that come into play, just for the general community understanding on kind of the flow of recommendations here?
Sure, Commissioner Vallarta, that is a good question. The council did have a direction to the Planning Commission to review the update of the ordinance, and that is occurring tonight. It's occurred at a previous Planning Commission as well. They've also reviewed an item in the recent past to look into maybe stalling out or preventing any further cannabis applications of being processed, and that wasn't their direction. Their direction was to proceed. So I guess the easy answer to your question is that this should be looked at separately. The ordinance is what is on the books that you should be reviewing this project under, and any future ordinance will be applicable to future applications or not, depending on if there's a cap or some kind of a distance requirement.
So this commission has been instructed to evaluate the code for changes while simultaneously continue to review new applications, those 31 plus that are in the holding pen,
Correct.
Under the current code.
Correct. And that's not an odd ask from a planning commission perspective. There's been a lot of scenarios unrelated to cannabis where zoning elements of the zoning code have been updated with still processing under current conditions.
Thank you. I appreciate you walking us through that. This was specifically in response to one of the comments that we heard, right, that the code was kind of set out kind of very broad, without caps, without distances, and a whole bunch of stuff. But we are working towards and kind of taking into consideration all the feedback that we've gotten and trying to make code. But in the meantime, we got to proceed with what we got on the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vallota. Anyone else? Questions for staff? Vice Chair? No? All right. I don't either. And I will go ahead and bring it to a motion, if that's okay with everyone. I'll move to deny this application. Is there a second? Quiet, please. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Vivar. The reason for this denial is pretty much squarely on the fact that City Council had recently heard an item to deny a similar application based off of primarily distance between a competing use, and interpreting that policy that was kind of set out a couple months ago. It seems to kind of be what our new, no, I wouldn't call it a new rule, but it seems to be kind of a de facto policy since the code was created. So with that in mind, and also Land Use Policy 1.1 and Land Use Policy 3.1, I don't find that the project really gets to the heart of those land use policies. So that's my motion, Commissioner Vivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My reason for supporting the denial is actually not at all tied to the discussions that are happening regarding the potential changes to cannabis ordinances. We are analyzing this in light of what we have now on the books. However, I also agree that in light of policy LU 1.1 and the idea that we're promoting a mix and balance of goods and services, and also in an area of the city that is meant to serve residents of that community. I don't think that approval of this would be helping us to get to a mix and balance of services and goods. Rather, I think we'd be going in a different direction. And I support Mr. Chair's comment on Land Use Policy LU 3.1. And I want to close my comments as well by saying that one of the City Council objectives is to to promote a sort of fiscal health of our commercial districts in the city. And again, tying this back to LU 1.1, relying on having any part of our city be heavy on a district does not make us sort of resilient and against any potential unforeseen circumstances in the future regarding a particular industry. I think the pandemic has taught us that if you rely too much on one industry for your source of money as a city or a location or a part of a city, then you are not being fiscally responsible, and they're not promoting fiscal health in your city. And so that is why I'm supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brevard. Does anyone else wish to speak to this motion or to any of their own motions, if you will? Commissioner Zick.
I will not be supporting this motion. I am no shill of the cannabis industry. I'm not thrilled about all these cannabis shops in our city. But I'm not a policymaker here on the Planning Commission. We are not policymakers. We implement policy. We implement the policy that the City Council had set. Emotionally, I resonate with the comment when somebody says, "What are you guys doing to the city?" I have the same question, but it isn't this guy that is doing that. What this guy is doing is looking at what our ordinance is, looking at what an application has, looking at what the staff has done in terms of its analysis. The staff's recommended approval of this application. 3 in a row, 4 in a row, sounds like a lot. You go 2 or 3 blocks of radius around this location, there are an awful lot of businesses. You go up and down 17th Street. Have you ever heard anybody complain that there are so many restaurants on 17th Street? One after another no, you don't complain about that. It's like it's Restaurant Row. That's where you go if you want to find a good place to eat. On the city's website, there's a list of cannabis applicants. It's over 60 applicants. That list is dated January 14, 2022, almost 2 years ago. For anybody that comes in here tonight and acts surprised that there'll be 3 locations in a row, well, I don't know what to tell you. It's been on the city's website. I don't like it any more than you do, but it's been on the city's website. The time to tell the city council that there ought to be a cap, that time has come and gone. It's too late, right? The time to say there should be separation between retail businesses, it's too late. That time has come and gone. You already have 2 in a row. This would be 3 in a row. And if you pay attention to the list, there's a 4th one coming up that will also be right in the row. Just on the other side of Mr. Haberbush knows this. You turn this one down, there's another one coming in a couple of months. You're going to turn that one down too? I don't see a basis for doing that. Not with our current policy. Oh, I'd like the policy to be different. But that's not my job. That's not why I'm here. 2 years ago, that list was there. Lots of time for people to voice their concern and change the policy. We're now talking about it because City Council is getting a lot of input from the community and they've asked us to take a look at it. We may change the rules. We may not change the rules. We may recommend to council. They may change rules. It's a little bit late now. That horse is out of the barn. And in all fairness, this applicant and over 60 other applicants have been in the queue working with the city for over 2 years. And so what, we're going to say, hey, sorry, you've come to the front of the line and now we're going to close our window. Say, no, we got too many. Too many were in line. You're just out of luck. I don't know. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair at all. I know they can appeal to City Council. I won't make a motion to approve and hope that there's enough support for that. Somebody else can make a substitute motion if they want. I won't support this motion to deny. These people are entitled to run their business at that location. These businesses have existed there. The psychic business was there, the parking lot, the exact same parking lot, exact same configuration. Alley was there servicing all these businesses. I'm not saying it's an ideal configuration, but these people aren't making it any worse. They're just moving into an empty building where there had been business before. I won't support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Anyone else? Vice Chair.
It's happened before, but once again, Commissioner Zick said everything that I wanted to say, only much better than I ever could have. Like him, I'm not a customer. I don't plan on being a customer. I'm not thrilled about all these shops. I totally understand that this is an objectionable use. There's a stigma, there's annoyance, there's fear. But given our task of being an implementing body, I scour the general plan, the zoning ordinance, specifically the cannabis ordinance, and I can't find anything that would make me feel comfortable supporting denial for this. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Klepak.
I also will not be supporting this motion to deny just because of what was already said. We have an ordinance that is in place that we have to uphold. And I mean, right across the street, there are a bunch of restaurants right next to each other at the Triangle. And so if you were listening to this meeting last week, everybody here agrees that there should be a buffer between. I think the applicant wishes that there was a buffer in between because he probably didn't foresee that for, when he started this process, but that is the ordinance as it currently is. And I would really, really encourage everybody to get involved. We are talking right now about changing the ordinance. I would also recommend, if there are well-documented studies of all of these adverse impacts, that those be cited and referenced, because I don't know that one from a decade ago from the University of Colorado really said that doesn't say well-documented to me, although I am very, very interested in seeing those studies if they do exist. So please do bring those forward. But again, the ordinance is as it is, and we are working to change it, but we have to measure this project based on what's in place now.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Klepak. I think what I will say is just to kind of speak to kind of under-talking the motion from earlier, is that I do interpret what City Council said a couple months ago in denying a cannabis retail use, in that there was a policy direction by council majority saying that they did not want clustering of a certain type. And if you look at the most conservative distance between that proposed site and the nearest competing site, this definitely falls within that more conservative measurement from what they base their finding on. So to me, there's grounds for denial based off of that as long as, unless we're told otherwise, that's kind of the running rule to me. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to everyone's attention. Commissioner Zick.
I've changed my mind, and I am going to make a substitute motion that we adopt a resolution to find that the project is categorically exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA Guidelines 15301, and approve this planning application 22-22, subject to conditions of approval.
Okay, is there a second? Anna, if we can clear the board, and then motion made by Commissioner Zick, is it seconded by the Vice Chair? Commissioner Zick, would you like to speak to your motion?
This applicant is entitled to open his business. Staff analyzed your application. They recommend approval. I've studied their analysis, and I can't find any reason not to approve it. You meet the findings as we currently have. It is with a great deal of regret that I can't enthusiastically support your business, because I think we should have had a cap a long time ago. I think we should have had separation distances a long time ago. I even question the passage of the Measure Q, but the overwhelming majority of the city voted for it. The overwhelming majority of the city put these city council members in their seats who crafted the ordinance that we're living by. So you probably might not like my decision, and I would say, please go to the city council because they will be considering changes to the ordinance based on our recommendations at this late date.
Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Vice Chair.
I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this alternate motion? Commissioner Vivar?
Yeah, I've mentioned this before. I've said it publicly before, but I will say it again because I think it's been time that it's been enough time. People might have forgotten, but while I do agree with the conclusion that, hey, this is what we have on the books, it was voted for by city residents and crafted by people who they voted for. I also think that it's telling that we're having city residents come to our meetings and express their concerns, same residents oftentimes who voted for this. And as I said before, I'll say now, the voice of the residents should not only count at the ballot box, but should also count in democratic processes such as this. And so I've heard members of residents also say, cite to what the ordinance stated regarding the cannabis establishments would be limited use in the city. And I've heard arguments from residents that say that that is not what they felt they were voting for. And so I just want to put that out there. And so I will not be supporting the substitute motion.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I will not be supporting that motion based on land use policy 1.1. This is not a mixed balance of commercial goods because there are 3 in a row. And yes, we have rows of streets that have multiple restaurants, right? But you never see pizza shop, pizza shop, pizza shop sharing a wall. Also, based on land use policy 6.15, promote unique and specialized commercial goods industrial district within the city, et cetera. It's no longer unique, right? When we already looked at that based on the Costa Mesa population ratio per store that was recommended by HDL, which we paid for to do a study and then took none of their recommendations into account when creating the code. So that right there, I think, was an oversight, unfortunately. And then third, based on land use policy 3.1, right? We have no hard metrics, data to reference what is the negative impact that is having in our community. So based on that, those are the land use reasons why I would not be supporting. And thirdly, yes, I understand that this commission our rule is to follow the code as it exists. But also in our, if I remind us, in the back of our binder, there is our planning commissioner book of what our expectations are. And one of those is to listen to our local residents. But that's why we each represent a separate district, right? So that we can talk to our neighbors. So maybe that's why we sit on a dais, right? So we're a little higher so we can get a 360 view of our city and how it's developing, right? Nobody's sitting up here with blinders to say, I gotta just follow the line, right? We know what's in the agenda here. We know what's forthcoming in the agenda in a couple of months, right? There's a queue of things. So we don't necessarily, I don't know that, we need to be so cut and dry when we're hearing it right here from our constituents. In addition to that, I think one of the things that for our constituents that are present and have made their voices heard in paper, in person, I understand it. I get it. I mean, before I was in this position, I couldn't have told you that there was a planning commission that looked at these things. Yeah, sure, I voted for it, but I didn't know all the details about it. I made the assumption, like many of us, like many of my neighbors that I'm hearing from. And many of our my PTA parents that I work with closely, like no one anticipated there was going to be no caps and all of this influx of these businesses, especially now looking at the map that was presented earlier on where are they all going to be laid out on. So I urge you all to, you're right, this commission can't necessarily change the code. We're only making, that's why I made an effort to clarify that we're only making recommendations to City Council. City Council is the one that ultimately has the power. So a cue for you all as we're all learning about our democratic process here is really the opportunity where the change can truly be made, where we can make the switch is go speak to your city council member, go to city council when they put that on the agenda and come back and share your comments because they're the ones that ultimately will say yay, nay. We can only think of best case scenarios, but ultimately they're the decision makers. So thank you so much for coming today and sharing your comments, but please, I encourage you all to follow it through and see it through with City Council to continue to make your voices heard, right? That's what they're there for. We elected them, right? So that's great, definitely opportunity. And ultimately, also as a District 4 resident that is a parent here, my biggest concern too is it is the over concentration. I am, like I said, sure, I enjoy a CBD infused product like the next person, but I agree that there's an over concentration in our city. We want to be city of the arts. We want to be Arbor City, the walkable city, the bikeable city. We don't want to be weed city in our community. And it's really also for the forecast of our future, our kids, right? I got a 7-year-old. When these businesses start opening, all 22 open up in our city, what is it going to look like? We're absolutely, one of the, Ms. Loftus called in, she made a really great comment. What are we teaching our kids, right? I know that those comments on, I mean, it would be great also to include some of the medical impact that we're seeing in our local community as we move forward. So for those reasons, I'll be not supporting.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Okay, you're welcome to speak to it, Commissioner Rojas. I see the hamster wheel turning, but we can just come to the vote if you
No, actually, honestly, I hear both sides of the argument, and I'm very grateful for the comments that are being made, especially because I know City Council does listen to what we're saying, and the voices of the community are clear. But also you know, as always, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, but the land use policies are very clear. And I thank Commissioner Andrade for taking the words out of my mouth on the 3 that I was going to cite for the same exact reasons. So just wanted to say that I will not be supporting the motion as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rojas. Unless anyone else wishes to speak to this motion, we'll be voting on the substitute motion first, which is to approve this application. A yes means to approve, a no means to deny. So Anna, if you'd call the question, please.
That motion carries 3-4 with Commissioner Rojas, Andrade, Arith, and Bavar voting no.
Okay, thank you, Anna. If we could come to the original motion, please. A yes vote means, in this case, to deny. A no vote means to not deny, I guess. I hope that's not too confusing. Okay, if we can call the question, please. Okay, thank you.
That motion carries 4-3 with Commissioner Zick, Commissioner Toller, and Commissioner Klepak voting no.
Okay, thank you, Anna. That decision is final unless appealed to the City Council within 7 days. Thank you. With that said, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Thank you all. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting of December 11th, 2023. I call the meeting back into order. And Anna, if you'd please read the title for public hearing item number 1.
Public hearing item number 1, an ordinance amending Title 13 Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish affordable housing requirements for new residential development projects. Please note we have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communications.
All right, thank you, Anna. I'll start to my right, Commissioner Rojas.
I have none.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zick, Commissioner Andrade, Vice Chair, Commissioner Vivar, Klepak. All right, and I have none to report either, so I'll turn it over to Ms. Nguyen. Ms. Nguyen, if you'd like to present, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Nguyen, Principal Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. So the item before you tonight is a proposed draft affordable housing ordinance, which was continued from the November 13, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. And if you recall, at the November 13 meeting, staff presented the draft content of the proposed affordable housing ordinance, including the program's components. Also during the meeting, the Planning Commission received public comments as well as provided their feedback on the draft content for staff to consider in a final draft affordable housing ordinance. So staff has now prepared a final draft affordable housing ordinance for Planning Commission to review and recommend to the City Council for potential adoption. There are many things involved in staff's preparation of the affordable housing ordinance, including 2 joint study sessions, one in May and one in July, direction and feedback from City Council and Planning Commission, input from stakeholders as well as members of the public, staff's research on inclusionary housing policies, including ones from surrounding cities, and lastly, the supportable recommendations from our consultant, KMA's financial evaluation. So since the last Planning Commission meeting, staff did update the draft content mainly for minor text changes and language revisions that would provide more clarity and consistency throughout the ordinance. The updates do not change any of the program components, which remain the same as previously presented to the Planning Commission. So that includes the project threshold size, the required percentage of affordable units, the required income level, and the covenant period. So if you refer to Exhibit A of Attachment 2, that contains staff's recommended draft affordable housing ordinance. So also included in this agenda report are additional information as a follow-up to Planning Commission's comments from their November 13th meeting. So I'll briefly touch upon each item that Planning Commission provided their comments. So first, the project threshold size. It was suggested to consider increasing the minimum to something higher than 10, which is as proposed. So staff did provide a comparison of the proposed threshold size with other existing programs. It's a comparison from programs throughout the United States, including California, and then also more locally in Orange County. In regards to home ownership opportunities, Planning Commission wanted to encourage more of it in the city and discuss whether or not it should be exempt from the affordable housing requirements. The financial evaluation study did also study applying the requirements to ownership projects and concluded that it could be feasible to develop an ownership project in the city even with an affordable housing requirement. In regards to the housing fund, Planning Commission discussed the availability of funding to support housing programs in the city. So the in lieu fees that would be collected obviously would be deposited in the housing fund. It would grow over time, and it would grow over time with sufficient funding to support the affordable housing programs, including construction, for example, of 100% affordable housing projects, which is really similar to our locals, basically our surrounding neighbors, Irvine and Huntington Beach. So Planning Commission also discussed giving preference and offering affordable units first to existing residents and or those who currently work in Costa Mesa. So staff did update the draft ordinance to add additional language to allow the city manager to establish such preference in the affordable housing guidelines, as long as the criteria, of course, do not violate fair housing laws. And so in terms of the applicability of the affordable housing ordinance, Planning Commission asked which areas would be subject to it if not the entire city. Staff has modified the applicability language for more clarity on that. So it would apply specifically to the corridor areas, which is shown on the map in attachment 3 of your agenda report, and as well as to any properties that the city approves a rezone to allow residential. Lastly, the Planning Commission asked for a list of groups and organizations that was part of our stakeholders meetings, and that full list is summarized in the agenda report as well. So should the Planning Commission recommend the draft ordinance be presented to City Council for a first reading, staff would then update the draft with any additional recommendations from the Commission tonight, and then schedule it for a City Council's review in early 2024. And if approved by City Council, the ordinance would then be scheduled for a second reading on the City Council's consent calendar. If City Council moves forward and gives a second reading of the ordinance, it would be considered adopted and become effective 30 days after the date of adoption. The in lieu fee would then be finalized after the minimum affordable housing requirement percentage, excuse me, it's a mouthful. The in lieu fee would then be finalized after the minimum affordable housing requirement percentages have been determined by City Council. The fee study would then be presented to City Council as a fee resolution for their consideration and adoption. So with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission find that the adoption of the ordinance is, staff recommends that the Planning Commission find that the adoption of the ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to guideline section 15061B3, and also recommend that the City Council also recommend that the Planning Commission recommend to the City Council and give first reading to ordinance number 2023-XX. So this does conclude staff's presentation. Both staff and our consultant KMA are available to answer any questions. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Nguyen. Let me go ahead and note, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you guys in just a sec. But if we're starting to think in the direction of any potential amendments to this resolution, my idea kind of follows along the same lines as some past work and forthcoming work we've done on ordinances where we take votes on individual components for language changes, and then we could do the vote that way. But I'll go ahead and, I'm happy to hear your thoughts once we get there, but just kind of let that simmer for a sec. With that said, I'll go ahead and turn it over. If anyone has questions for staff, feel free. No? All right, Vice Chair.
We got Commissioner Guevara.
Okay.
Just a very quick question. Thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for great work. So I just wanted to, I guess, make sure I understand this. So none of the percentages on the affordable housing requirements for either like rental or ownership were changed, right? And that was in light of city staff performing analysis of what changes to those numbers would mean, and felt that those numbers should remain the same. Is that correct?
Correct. The draft ordinance that you see tonight is essentially the same in terms of program components as the draft content provided and presented at the November 13th meeting.
And would you mind repeating? I got a little bit confused about what you said about the ownership and the Planning Commission's concerns about the ownership units and.
Yeah, so it was discussed at the November 13th meeting. Commission did provide comments about encouraging more home ownership opportunities, whether or not including the ownership projects in the affordable housing could disincentivize ownership project by adding another requirement that maybe have some financial impacts.
Okay. But those 4 ownership units, we still don't, I guess, have a clear picture, and maybe that'll be City Council's purview on whether those are going to be, have like a say 45 or 50-year time frame in which they need to be sold to people that fit those requirements, or if an affordable housing eligible person purchases one of those properties, that if it's sold, it would be, for example, profit sharing with the city or something like that.
Yeah, so actually, as proposed in the draft ordinance, there is a minimum covenant period or the length of time that an ownership affordable unit would be required to remain affordable, and it is 45 years. The details of selling to another income qualified individual or household would more than likely be spelled out in further details in the affordable housing guidelines.
Sure. All right, thank you. I think that's it for me. And back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Rivar. Vice Chair, do you want to jump in?
Yes, thank you. Last time, we had a stakeholder express concern over the location requirements about getting low-income housing tax credits and whether the way we've crafted our ordinance would get in the way of that. Can you just expound on how that was addressed? I think I'm looking at the bottom of page 9 and the bottom of page 8 of the draft ordinance, and I think it's at the bottom of page 9, but I'm looking at H also on page 8 and wondering if there's a little conflict or.
Thanks, Vice Chair Toller. You answer your own question.
Okay. So
no, but I'll elaborate, of course.
It's B3 on the bottom of the page.
So you're correct in that I think it's 13-3330AH, I want to say, it's the location requirement. And while it does specify that the affordable units shall be dispersed and evenly dispersed and evenly distributed, there is a or as otherwise agreed in an affordable housing agreement to provide a little bit of flexibility in the situations where an applicant may be seeking or receiving tax credits.
Okay, it sounds like that has to happen within a master plan. It sounds like.
The off-site alternative compliance does allow for a little bit more flexibility in a master plan project.
Can you just explain real quick what that entails? What it means to have to go through a master plan? Is that an entitlement in our code?
Yes, it is. So, for example, in the planned development zones or PD zones, whether it's commercial, industrial, or residential, it all requires a master plan. And so for the projects that fall under that zone, they just go through the process. And then within the master plan, they can, let's just use a residential project since we're talking about affordable housing. They could, that section, B3 would give them the ability to carve out a parcel, if you will, within the master plan community or master plan project that would allow them to put the affordable units.
Okay, so if they want to go that route and separate their units for the sake of getting those credits, they would just need to go through the master plan process to be able to make that happen. Is that fair?
Yes, but also keep in mind that as drafted in the affordable housing ordinance, the ownership projects, regardless of master plan or not, do have the ability to either pay the in lieu fee or fulfill an obligation with on-site constructions of affordable rental units.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Anyone else? Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, would you mind elaborating a little bit about, you mentioned the limitations to the zoning for potential affordable ownership housing?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking the minimum covenant period or affordability term for an ownership unit?
So you mentioned that attachment 3 lists specifically the corridors that are up for consideration for rezoning for affordable housing. So maybe if you can give, I mean, for the general public, maybe give a little more background on, why these corridors only and not considering rezoning in residential areas.
Yeah, these corridor areas were envisioned in different documents to be. Let me take a step back really quickly. These corridor areas were specifically identified as potential sites for future housing developments. And so because these are already been identified through different studies and through different efforts that the city and the city council have already gone through, that's the reason why we're specifically focusing on these areas, because they are the areas that are likely to be developed, given that we are increasing the density, incentivizing or creating a local density program, if you will, to encourage the housing developments in these identified areas. And then furthermore, our residential zones already have the ability to develop residential. So it would likely not impact the residential zones.
So you're saying that our current residential areas can build affordable housing leading to ownership?
Yes, well, let me take that back. The existing residential zones already have the ability. They're already zoned to allow for residential. They already have the density that can build up to a certain amount. The ordinance specifically wouldn't apply to those residential zones because they don't fall within the corridor areas. And since they're already zoned residential, likely would not, there's no need to be rezoned to allow for residential because the zone is already calls for that.
Yeah, I guess where I'm going, so they're zoned to be residential. However, there's a limitation for making the home ownership opportunities within the residential because of, like, can we build affordable housing within the residential areas? Affordable, either for rent or, townhomes leading to ownership.
I can respond as well. Let me try to provide some context as well for some of the rezoning areas. So I think the important thing to remember with this ordinance is that it is intended to incentivize new housing units, and the way that it does that is by rezoning property that isn't already zoned for residential to allow for residential. That doesn't mean that residential development can't happen in areas that are already zoned for residential. They just won't be experienced as rezoned to incentivize new development. The reason for that, primarily at the time that the council identified these rezone areas, was a concern about displacement of existing residential units and existing residents on those properties. So the focus was really on creating new opportunities for residential development and leaving properties that were already zoned for residential development as is.
Okay, so technically, land developers, and we have a couple of stakeholders here in the room, they can say, apply, for these incentives and say, hey, I have this lot of property in R1 or R2, and I want to make this affordable, create this as an affordable opportunity to meet my requirements. They can use these areas as well. They can build on these areas.
In the corridor areas, correct. If you're talking about in the existing residential zones, any person would still have the ability to develop the residential zone, whether or not it's affordable or not, because it doesn't fall within the corridor areas or one of the areas as identifying the applicability section of the ordinance. It would not be subject to the affordable housing ordinance.
So the only places where we can have affordable units are in the corridor areas.
It would be where the affordable housing ordinance applies, correct. In terms of location of affordable units, I could definitely imagine and envision when there is sufficient funding in the housing trust fund that it could be used to support or subsidize or to help develop an 100% affordable units outside of the corridor areas. So I believe what you're asking is, like, if the affordable units only in the corridor areas, not necessarily. It could, I can definitely envision potentially the housing fund supporting throughout the city.
Yeah, because there's lots of conversation in other cities about, utilizing ADUs, right? Or existing land that a lot of residents already have, property owners already have to qualify as affordable housing and, an opportunity to redevelop a lot so that they can be, maybe maximize its profit-making capacity by also applying for some of these affordable housing. I guess too, I mean, did you have this in the slides, the attachment 3, just for the audience? I didn't know if you had that in a slide.
Yes, I do, and I just put it up for the benefit of commission and the public as well.
Thank you so much. Because I guess, I would really be, so, because my concern here, and I guess I'm trying to work my way around it, but this looks a lot like redlining districts, right? The affordable housing is only happening around commercial corridors, only happening around the other side of the 405, which is, I guess, predominantly like industrial areas. But in these spaces where, you know, it's already heavy residential, a lot of families exist, schools exist, parks exist, it would be great to see some incentive in all of that land, all in the middle, so that it's equally accessible to all residents in our community. I guess that's my only concern. And again, as I'm learning more about this, how this all works and the ordinance and all, it looks like we're pushing people out to the edges of the city, of course, with the exception on the Newport side. So that would be my comment. And so it would be great to know, to just again be clear that there is incentives for existing residential property owners and developers to say, hey, let's, I want to maximize this lot of land that I have in R1 and R2 and be a good standing Costa Mesa, longtime Costa Mesa investor, and you know, invest in affordable housing. That also leads to hopefully home ownership.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would just add the following. The intention here is never to limit where you can have affordable housing. You can have affordable housing anywhere that is zoned for residential development. The idea here is to rezone property at a higher density and ultimately incentivize development, and then as part of that incentive to get something back in terms of affordable housing for the community. So it's required in these areas, but it can happen anywhere. And there are already state density bonus laws that allow for incentives already to provide affordable housing in areas zoned for residential.
Yeah, awesome. And so it would be great, I hope that there's some people in the audience or anyone online that can, from our stakeholders and land developers, to see, like, would you have an interest in creating some great business making, profit making opportunity there, so that there's a diverse mix of accessibility to Costa Mesa. Be awesome to hear more from you all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I want to just confirm, for density bonus law, it's something like 10% of low income and 5% of very low income, and you're in the game. And in those definitions, low income means 60% AMI. But for our RENA and for this affordable housing ordinance, it's not 60, it's 80. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. We also have Kathy Head on the line, who is on Zoom, who is our expert who prepared our financial evaluation. She can also speak to the specifics of state density bonus law. So Kathy, please weigh in anytime.
Sure, but that was exactly correct, though. So you can get into the game with 5% very low income or 10% low income. Both give you a 20% density bonus. And then it goes up from there up to a 50% density bonus generally. And the other question you had was, wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, it was the median.
Oh, the 60 versus 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. The thing with the state density bonus is that they set the very low income rent based on 50% of area median income, and they set the low income rent based on 60% of area median income, which means if you do math, you would pick 5% very low income every time before 10% low income, because there's just not that much of a rent difference. And so given the fact that you can go all the way, you, the city, can go all the way to the top of low income for your RENA needs, I like to set inclusionary policies at that higher income level for low, so that ultimately, since the financial gaps are lower, then you can get a higher percentage of affordability without constraining development.
Yeah, to me, it looks kind of like an attractive incentive. I was worried of whether we'd be getting affordable units that wouldn't count towards our RENA, but they would count towards our RENA. That fits that bracket.
They would.
Right. Okay. That's the only thing I had. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Anyone else? All right, no, seeing none. All right. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So if there's anyone in chambers who wishes to speak, you're welcome to come to either podium. You have 3 minutes. Per usual, you'll hear a little ding at the 1 minute mark, and then the microphone will cut off. And for those of you who are on Zoom, you can use the raised hand option. And for those on telephone, you can push *9 to put yourself in the lineup. We'll start with you, sir.
Evening, Chair. There it is. Evening, Chair, Commission, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. I want to start with just a couple general comments. We've talked a lot about incentives. There's really nothing about inclusionary zoning that's an incentive-based approach. It is a tool that's used to slow the production of housing. It's an extra tax. We can't tax our way into affordability. So I think there's a conversation to sort of reframe where this isn't going to make it easier to create housing by putting this policy into place. But I want to go back to the staff report, and let's build off kind of some of the things we saw in there. There's a category for threshold. We talked about putting it at 10 units. It specifically says that would bring you in line with the other cities in the area. Also do 10 units as a threshold. I would suggest let's keep studying that. I don't know any city in Orange County that has done a good job on affordable housing, so matching what everyone else has done isn't necessarily going to solve the problem for us. We discussed exempting ownership. I think that's a really important tool for the city, bringing some balance back, bring ownership, wealth creation opportunity through ownership. It's a huge opportunity that we could miss here if we don't explore an exemption in that zone. So hopefully we can get back to that conversation. Basically, it's what I said before, adding a fee on top of housing is not going to be a way to make housing more affordable. As for the housing fund availability, this one's a tough one because we said, well, you know, we can't exempt anything because we need to generate the funds. But we don't know what that fee is, so we can't evaluate, is this a practical system? Which then builds into the next point of the applicability, or are we only going to do this in the corridor zone? I don't know how we can give this a fair shake from a development standard and understand what it is we're talking about, because the staff report does say in the future, we'll tell you what the zoning is. We'll tell you what you can build in this area. But there will be this fee on top of it. So how can we do the economic analysis to say, okay, if we build this, then we have to do a 5, 10, whatever, 15% set aside. There's no math to run because we don't know what we can build in those zones, and we won't know until after this has been approved. So essentially kind of what we're doing is we're creating a restaurant with a nice menu that has no prices on it. Some people are comfortable. They'll walk in and do it anyway. A lot of people won't. They want to know what they're getting into beforehand. So I think there's a lot more homework to do before we're quite ready for this conversation. There's a lot of great pieces. I think we've discussed some cool ideas that are going in the right direction, but it hasn't solidified yet to something that you could invest your own money in. So hope you take all that into consideration. Thanks.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commission. Good evening, staff. My name is Jen Tanaka. I sent the staff and the Commission a letter earlier today. So I'm just going to cover 3 really quick points. First of all, I really do want to thank the staff for all their hard work on this ordinance and the Commission. I think this is a very complicated issue, and I really appreciate all the thoughtful comments and all of the hard work that everyone has put into it, because I really do think it's one of the most important ordinances that you will consider during your time as planning commissioners. That said, I do have one request for staff. I would appreciate if when new ordinances are given to the public that there's also a red line provided both to the Commission and to the public. It's hard to track changes in the actual language of the ordinances without a red line. So that would be really helpful. I think there were some changes that may or may not have been highlighted by the staff report. One thing I want to mention, because it came up, is the talk about past practice does come up often in the staff report, specifically looking at our development in the last 10 years. Frankly, if we want to talk about council policy, which is also something that's come up this evening, the council's policy has been pretty clear in what they've described, which is that they really want to see a break from those past practices. Measure K was proposed specifically to be a break from the past practice. Just to provide some context, the city passed Measure Y in 2016, and it was very a popular measure, but it required a popular vote on all larger projects over 40 units, but that also, and also traffic and significant traffic impacts, but Measure Y also applies to zoning changes. And so the city cannot rezone any areas outside of the Measure K sites because of Measure Y without going through a public process, which costs an enormous amount of time and money. And so with respect to the applicability of the IHO, there's no trade-off for getting more affordable units in the areas outside of the Measure K sites because there is no upzoning available without another popular vote. So I want to be clear that that's why Measure K was put into place, and it is the council's policy to be pro-housing. Therefore, I would strongly recommend that looking at past practice is not the right thing to do, or past development patterns, because those development patterns are what we want to avoid. It's what we're trying to change. And finally, in the same vein, I think democratically speaking, it would not be appropriate to apply these to all rezonings. You only have the Measure K sites in front of you now. Again, Measure Y would require another vote for rezonings outside of the Measure K sites. I think it would be appropriate at that time to discuss when affordability and IHOs would be appropriate for those zones at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Planning Commission. So my overall comments on this, I'm not a big fan of IHOs. I don't think they make sense to add a tax and a prohibitive barrier on development. But overall, I would give the city like a B- on this, as is drafted so far. And so my comments are specifically related in how I would give it a higher grade. So my comments are related to economies of scale and competitive advantage. So my two economies of scale items and comments are that, it's really hard for developers to handle an IHO when they have really small developments. You think of a 10-unit development or a 15-unit development. It's really hard to add, to have the economies of scale to make that pencil. And so my suggestion right now, I think staff is proposing a 10-unit or larger project. The IHO would apply to. I would suggest a 40-unit or more project. And so 40 units lets a developer, manage the economies of scale associated with an IHO. The other side of things too is, I try not to be prescriptive in terms of the development I want to see in Costa Mesa, but if I had to define it, I would say it's kind of like those small lot European style developments that are, 2 to 4 stories and dense and, really cute stuff. And so, it makes, an IHO makes that sort of development really, really challenging. And so what I also would suggest is exempting parcels of less than a half acre, because small lot development is one of the most challenging things just in general. We don't see developers really doing a lot of small lot development. And so if we do want to have that type of development that we want to see, bikeable, walkable, oriented to the street development on our small parcels, I would encourage exempting those small parcels. My last comment is related to the actual percentages and, like I said, competitive advantage. I would just encourage a decrease in percentages on all the percentages by about 1 or 2%. The reason why, and this may sound like just a semantic point, is one is I want to be competitive with the city, our neighboring cities of both Santa Ana and Huntington Beach, who do have closer to a 10 and 5 and a 6 and 4 percentage for their affordability based on their densities. And so developers don't really care what city they're developing in. They just want a profitable development. And so I want to actually be on par with our neighboring cities so that we at least don't have a competitive disadvantage. The other thing I'd add on that as well is, and this is a point that Jen Tanaka has raised in the past, is that in a situation like now where we have super high interest rates, this is not a really great time for building housing. I think I want to leave on the side of being kind of more conservative with the IHO so that even in a time like now, You know, if we had adopted this IHO, we would still be building housing. I don't want to wait just till the market is flush and prominent and working well for housing to be built. And if we go too strong with this, we're going to be in a freeze equivalent of Measure Y until the housing market's booming again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Being Chair Arith, Tim O'Brien with, and commission members, Tim O'Brien with Legacy Partners. I developed the 5AD Anton project over in the town center and currently working on a proposal for a residential community at the Hive campus. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I participated in all the various workshops. I wasn't here for the last Planning Commission session that you had, but did watch it on video afterwards. I sent a brief email to the planning staff, just 3 points of clarification on text. I think these are clarification items. I'll follow up and send that to the Planning Commission as well, with the hope that these text clarifications can be incorporated in the final ordinance. And then also, I encourage, I think the KMA recommendations are a step in the right direction. I would encourage a 5% very low and 10% low. It's consistent with the city of Huntington Beach, which has shown that you can develop apartment units in residential communities and create affordable housing as well and not discourage market rate housing. As a real estate developer, apartment developer, I support affordable housing. We support it at a level that is conducive to allow us to be competitive to go out and buy land. And mostly when you look at Costa Mesa, that land has something on it, an office building, industrial building. And so, you know, what we try to strive to do is be competitive, to be the highest and best use. And so that allows us to buy the land to produce the market rate housing along with the affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Russell, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. First of all, I want to applaud the work that the staff has done on this. It's been really a long and challenging process, and you guys have done a great job. For the most part. The Affordable Housing Coalition submitted a letter outlining our concerns and made some excellent recommendations, and I would refer to that for a more in-depth evaluation. I'm going to touch on some of these, and I also have some personal comments that were not in the letter. First of all, the coalition recommends increasing the set-aside requirements to ensure that Costa Mesa adopts the most effective IHO possible. The new set-aside requirements for densities both above and below 60 units per acre are too low, and they're kind of based on some faulty assumptions that conflict with the housing element. For developments with the density of over 60 units per acre, the coalition recommends that Costa Mesa adopt the same percentage set-aside requirements that Santa Ana has used so effectively. I mean, they're building all kinds of units and they're blowing past their RENA numbers, and that's 15% low or 10% very low income. For developments with the density between 50 and 60 units per acre, we should require 12% low or 7% very low. And then for projects below 50 units per acre, this proposal is 6% low, 4% very low, and you know we'll go with that because building smaller units is always challenging. We also support exploring how to give Costa Mesa residents and employees a way to have first choice as long as it doesn't trigger fair housing. There also, more importantly, there needs to be as many options available to developers as possible with flexibility to achieve our housing goals. There's a lot of successful options that have been successful. Three of them are: one, requiring inclusionary units to accept Section 8 housing vouchers. That's a win for everybody, since there's sometimes a challenge of getting housing voucher people accepted. And then the percentages in the ordinance don't fit any government funding models that I'm aware of. If we allow property owners to deed land directly to a nonprofit developer to build an 100% affordable development, that will streamline the process of getting state and federal funding through TCAP.
I know. It comes quick, doesn't it? Yeah, Diane, it's always nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir.
Chair, George Sakioka and members of the Planning Commission. I'm George Sakioka with Sakioka Company, and first of all, I'd like to thank staff for reaching out to a lot of stakeholders and allowing us to participate in the process. It's been very helpful. I spoke at the last Planning Commission hearing. Vice Chair Toller brought up a point that I brought up about some of the language that could be added, and I believe that staff has added it, and so I'd like to just ask a couple questions for clarification. But what is always very important to us as the developers and landowners is having multiple pathways to be able to meet the conditions that the city requests of us. So what staff has been doing is allowing us more pathways to be able to satisfy those conditions, and one of them, as I believe one of the speakers spoke, as well as we spoke last time, is the direct dedication of land to either the city or, which I didn't see here, a qualified affordable housing developer. And what we're trying to do is create as little friction as we can to allow development to occur. If we have to have multiple, we want to have multiple pathways to be able to comply, I guess is what I'm trying to say. One of the things that we said, the language that was put in there, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it, because it was a little unclear to me. What we submitted to the city earlier, some language that said that the ordinance provides inclusionary units shall be dispersed and evenly distributed throughout a residential development, not clustered in a particular area of the development. Therefore, the ordinance should expressly make allowances for a master plan community composed of multiple buildings. So what I suggested last time was have the ordinance allow a developer, if the project is large enough, to have a 100% affordable building as part of a larger development. That affordable only building could provide services for residents and have access to financing and tax credits that may not be available if the units are required to be dispersed within a single building. So it hopefully will streamline the process as an option, not necessarily required, but at least having an additional option to provide that and meet the requirements. Many of the comments we submitted to staff have been incorporated. We thank you, and we'll have some more questions about some clarifying language as it moves to the city. And I agree with Mr. O'Brien's that we have to be competitive with other cities as far as the percentages of affordable housing required. 10 and 5% makes us more competitive. But thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else in chambers wish to speak? I know you've been really patient. So, Anna, do we have anyone on Zoom?
Kathy Esfahani, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, Kathy.
Hello, thank you. I sent a pretty lengthy letter in today from the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition, and I would like to just touch on 2 points in the letter. The first point is that the set-aside requirements in the current proposal are simply too low, and they're based on faulty assumptions. You probably recall that the initial recommendation from staff, based on the work of your consultant, was that for the highest level of density, of over 60 units per acre, that 19% would be low income or 12% very low income. The current proposal is dramatically reduced from there, down to only 11% low or 7% very low. And we're talking about for the most dense developments that are proposed in the city. We're talking about developments in the North Costa Mesa specific plan area, including South Coast Metro, where density of up to 90 dwelling units per acre is allowed. I think that it's really important to see that the reduction to this, 11% or 7%, is based on a faulty assumption that higher affordability requirements will squelch development. That it's untrue. The housing element itself contains descriptions of the sites at issue, the opportunity sites, which are ripe for development. In the North Costa Mesa specific plan, there are large sites, there are vacant sites, like the 30-acre Sakioka site. There are large parking lots and underutilized sites where developers or landowners have already expressed interest in residential development. And if you want proof that residential development, high density development will not be discouraged by a higher inclusionary requirement, you need only look to the recently unveiled proposal by Related for the South Coast Metro area in Santa Ana, right across the street from South Coast Plaza. It's a huge mixed-use development being proposed, and Santa Ana has a very robust inclusionary housing ordinance that requires either 15% low or 10% very low. That ordinance is not stopping that development in Santa Ana. It won't stop development in Costa Mesa in much more valuable addresses.
All right.
So
Oh, sorry, Kathy, you're out of time. It was nice hearing from you. Anna, do we have anyone else?
Cynthia McDonald, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, Cynthia.
Good evening, Commissioners. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. I sent an email earlier today. There are two things I want to expand on. First, creating a special 4% set aside for the Measure K areas by slipping new language into the middle of the ordinance may sound benign, but it guts the ordinance down to nearly nothing. Looking at the map on attachment 3, we see there is more blue than yellow in terms of parcels. This puts Costa Mesa dead last with San Clemente, which is not the direction I think we want to be heading. Measure K was sold to the voters as the cure-all for the city's affordability housing crisis. And there is an affordability housing crisis, and despite what some privileged property owners will tell you, it cannot be solved by building more market rate units in a coastal town like Costa Mesa. There are apartments where 3 families are living by using every bit of cubic square footage for living space and sleeping in shifts. It is heartless to ignore their plight and remove the possibility of even 15% affordability in the parcels on the Measure K map. 15% would bring our ordinance more in line with our neighbors of Irvine and Santa Ana. In addition, there should be no threshold, as that is the direction that cities that are responsive to their residents' needs are moving towards. The failure to provide a higher set-aside percentage in the Measure K area will destroy any trust with the voters who put their confidence in the city council that promoted Measure K. If this ordinance is weak on affordability, which it currently is, not only does the city risk the obliteration of the people's trust, but the trust of the state of California, who seems to have taken a special interest in our housing element programs. Second, the concern that developers and builders won't make enough money is frankly disgusting to me. As I mentioned earlier, we have residents who are living in inadequate, really awful situations. Your concern should be focused on those residents. I worked for more than 15 years for a real estate lawyer who provided services to one of the developers listed in the agenda report. That developer builder built several affordable projects in both Southern California and Northern California and managed to make a nice profit. So don't be worried about that. I ask that you raise the set-aside percentages to at least 15% low income and 10% very low income with no threshold on all new housing projects. Thank you. I hope your holidays are happy and you have a wonderful year.
All right. Thank you, Cynthia. Happy holidays to you, too. Anyone else?
Richard Huffman, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, Richard.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'll start off by saying that I support the Affordable Housing Coalition letter and the presentation by those folks and the letter by Cynthia McDonald too. They're both well-researched and very comprehensive. I know that a housing ordinance by itself won't fix the affordability issue, but it is an essential part of providing housing as a right. It is but one of many ways to come at the problem. We need to increase supply in a smart and equitable way. This ordinance attempts to balance mandates and incentives, but it fails to require enough of a mandate to take advantage of the new higher densities proposed in the citywide upzoning for the housing element. I applaud that the city is already trying to stabilize the existing housing by controlling evictions and providing legal assistance. I agree that pro-housing policies are needed, but they are not enough by themselves. Look to the members of our community who are at risk due to the affordability problem for your guidance and leadership. Not the sympathizers and apologists for the development companies about whether their profits will be large enough. If we all contribute by educating ourselves about the many strategies for achieving dignified, affordable housing, we can achieve the goal of an inclusive, equitable community. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next.
Linda, you may provide your public comment.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Linda, and I'm part of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. And I would like to encourage all of you to take the time to read our coalition's letter that was beautifully written by Kathy Espahani, and to just reach out to us if you have any specific questions. I want to reiterate that the city's proposed inclusionary set-aside, as it stands, is just way too low. I appreciate staff's time and hard work in drafting the ordinance, but we're just really struggling to support staff's recommendation when we take a hard look at what our neighboring cities are doing. For example, in Santa Ana and Irvine, we can literally see that their existing inclusionary housing ordinance is thriving and is successful. Unlike what was said earlier, it doesn't seem like development is slowing down in these cities at all. And compared to other cities, they are doing a great job in producing affordable housing. And guess what? Their set-asides are much higher than what is being proposed in Costa Mesa. Based on the staff report, staff and Kaiser Marson held stakeholder conversations with neighboring cities, but I think it might be worth time and effort to invite them to attend the next study session or meeting. I heard them speak before, and it'd be really helpful to have them directly provide a short presentation that would provide more invaluable insight on why inclusionary is working for them. What's great is that because they're our neighboring cities, they are probably very familiar with our city and can provide a unique perspective in all of this. It's just that my biggest fear is that we approve the proposed current set-aside as it is right now, and then realize down the line that we weren't a bit more aggressive and ambitious, then it would be much, much harder to go back and try to increase the set-aside. The opposition would come out hard against it, and it would be an uphill battle. Let's just try to avoid that at all costs. The city has come a long way, and I'm very proud of what the city is doing and is trying to accomplish. I'm just hoping we can strengthen what is being proposed. As the decision makers of our city, I urge all of you to consider the set-aside requirements for developments with densities above 60 units to the acre to be increased to 15% low or 10% very low. For developments with densities between 50 and 60 units to the acre, you should require 12% low or 7% very low. Let's not miss out on this great opportunity to create more of an impact on building homes for very low and low income households in the city. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next.
Caesar C., you may provide your public comment.
Good evening, Caesar.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Cesar Covarrubias. I'm the executive director for the Kennedy Commission, an organization that works to increase affordable housing opportunities here in Orange County and statewide. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. I want to thank staff and the city for moving forth with trying to address this critical issue that has not been addressed for many years in Costa Mesa. And as we can see from the past performance on their housing element and housing production, there's quite an imbalance, and that's because market rate development does not produce affordable housing. And therefore, without a policy, you will not get the affordable housing you need. I would encourage the city, as it's going through this process, to actually look at what they're trying to do. These sites are identified for affordable housing to meet the RENA needs. Yet, if the production requirement is not set high enough, then the city will be back in the same position that it's been in many years in the past, where there are no sites for affordable housing development. I would encourage the Planning Commission and the city to follow the recommendations from the coalition, which is to, at the minimum, set the affordability levels at 15% low or 10% very low, and make sure that we understand that developers are not just getting to build housing on these sites in exchange for a minimum affordability. They're actually getting a lot more. They're getting by right development in places where they are designated and they cannot get anywhere else in the city, especially at densities of 60 units to the acre, 50 units to the acre, which are very limited in most cities. In the case of Costa Mesa, they're going to be limited to these areas. Let's make sure we get the greatest affordability that we can in these cases, as it was demonstrated also by the discussion. Santa Ana neighboring city has a 15% requirement at low or 10% at very low. And they've actually produced over 4,900 units, which about 1,500 of those being affordable at low and very low. Irvine, over 30,000 units with almost 1,200 units at very low. So these requirements are not very stringent. They're in par with the neighboring cities, the ones that are being recommended by the coalition. And those should be a minimum for the city to follow if it wants to reach its minimum goals, and also make sure that they have sites so they're not in litigation in the future for not having sufficient sites, because market rate developers will build market rate, but not the affordable. So with that, I also would urge that the ordinance have the flexibility to provide on-site, off-site, and allow for 100% affordable developments, because that's the only way truly we'll be able to reach those goals. And more than numbers and goals,
All right, thank you, Cesar.
Be able to house them.
Next.
There's nobody else.
All right, anyone on telephone, Anna?
No, there's not.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Commissioners, do you have any further questions for staff before we move along? No? No? All right. Yeah, Commissioner Andrade.
I don't know if this is for staff or our consultant. Just following up on the comments on what the comparison to the neighboring cities of Santa Ana and Irvine that have the higher rates. I understand the first draft had a more affordable percentage.
Yeah, so I can start off, and then Kathy, if you wouldn't mind weighing in on comparisons with the adjacent cities. So I think what I'd like to highlight is that we've been studying this over the last year. We've gone through several iterations of this financial evaluation, and each time someone brings something up, we study it, we look into it, and we make a recommendation. That's what we've done throughout this year-long process. the higher affordability requirements that staff had in its original, or that KMA had in its original financial evaluation was based on scenarios where the land was vacant land. When you have improved land, there's a very different comparison point for what it's going to take to ensure that that landowner sells the land to a housing developer as opposed to keeping it how it is today. If your land's vacant, that calculation is very different than if your land is already improved with a commercial or industrial use that is already profitable for you. So what we provided most recently was an addendum to the financial evaluation that showed the percentages associated with improved land value. Most of the sites in Costa Mesa are already improved with commercial or industrial development. So those are the reasons for the different percentages that you see. Kathy, if you wouldn't mind weighing in on terms of a comparison with adjacent cities.
Sure. I just wanted to clarify too, because Huntington Beach was mentioned several times, that Huntington Beach has a 10% low income requirement for apartments and a 10% moderate income requirement for ownership. So I just wanted to make that point. In terms of the Santa Ana comparison, Santa Ana over the past many years has had a number of shifts in their inclusionary housing policy. It's gone up, it's gone down. It's currently, as mentioned by all the advocacy groups who mentioned it, they are correct in what those percentages are today and how those have been working. Santa Ana also has a very active housing program. They've always had an active housing program. They have a significant amount of former redevelopment dollars. They have a significant amount of federal dollars. And they had in lieu fees from their inclusionary housing program. So a lot of the deeply affordable units being built in Santa Ana are actually being built with those either in lieu fee, inclusionary and lieu fee revenues, or from the other revenue sources. I'm not going to debate, they have been successful in doing that. Irvine has had an inclusionary program for decades, and a lot of the land in Irvine has been controlled and owned by the Irvine Company, who have basically a zero land basis. So that has been a public purpose of that city to require affordable housing for a very long time, but being done on a significantly different basis typically in Irvine than would be done in any other city, honestly, that didn't have the Irvine Company dominating the development scene. So just talking about the analyses that have gone, that we've done over the past year or so, as Jennifer said, we have done it multiple times in response to comments from stakeholders from both the advocacy groups and the developer groups. And we really, I'm just going to be completely candid. We really wanted the policy to be on the conservative side because we don't want to create a constraint to housing. We want housing, we want market rate housing to be developed in your community. We want it to include affordable units. Nobody said it tonight, but 15% of zero is zero. So I think it's just really important to have a balanced approach to this when setting up a brand new program. In areas where the land can be used for other things other than residential, so that to the extent that a commercial or industrial use is more valuable than a residential use, then that commercial or industrial use will be developed or will be continued to be maintained. And so, as Jennifer said, on vacant land, it's a completely different situation. And so we focused the earlier analysis on vacant land, and then subsequently, after meeting with the stakeholders, we came back and recognized that a lot of this land in these rezoning areas is already improved, and that does have a completely different result.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that all? Okay. All right. Anyone else? Questions for staff? All right. I will now close the public hearing. And I don't know if you've been thinking about it from time to time about how best to approach this. Here's what I think. Anyone else is welcome to share their thoughts, but I'd kind of like to process this how we did for the first half of cannabis ordinance, where we just, if we need to have a discussion about certain elements of the proposed IHO, Let's go ahead and break it out. If we want to put it to a vote to make any amendments, let's go ahead and put it to a vote. But happy to hear your thoughts. Does anyone have any proposed language changes for the ordinance as written? Chair or Vice Chair? Sometimes Chair, but Vice Chair, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'll start us off. I won't launch into all my thoughts and hold everybody up, but I'll just get the conversation going. I played around with the tool inclusionaryhousing.org. That's by Grounded Network Solutions. It's like an advocate for this sort of thing that I think is cited that we might have used. They have a calculator, so inclusionaryhousing.org/calculator. I encourage everybody to go on that site and play around with the numbers. All the variables that you should need are there for us lay people. And some defaults are already set up, and you could play with the numbers and turn the dials, and you could see if these numbers work. And I did that quite a bit, and I could have done it for hours, and I started creating spreadsheets and making charts and confused myself, but I did notice patterns, and I couldn't get anything at 40 dwelling units per acre to work in the city, even without an inclusionary housing ordinance. I feel that my takeaway, and I'm not a developer, is that the land values are so high in relation to the rents that you can get, and if you can't get the rents, you can't get the building, and that's what we heard that 15% of zero is zero is about. So I kept playing around with it, and at 50 dwelling units to the acre, I could get projects to pencil, but not with 6% set-aside requirement. At 60 dwelling units to the acre, the inclusionary housing at 11%, it started to work. It started to pencil. If it's a half acre, 1 acre, 2 acre parcel, it was tougher. But at 60 dwelling units to the acre and a 2 acre project, the recommended numbers started to work, 11 and 7%. It was tough. As you increase the density, higher numbers can be supported. I played up to 90 and I could get 30%, it would still pencil. So for what it's worth, I'll start there and let somebody else chime in on that. And I mean, where I'm going is this 10 unit project as a threshold. I find that too much. A 10-plex, that's a small project. That's a mom and pop shop. And I don't have the answer. I don't know exactly how this could work, but an absolute number is tough. You got to get more bang for your buck before it starts to work, and that's a density metric. And so at 60 dwelling units to the acre, it started to work. So if maybe staff could chime in, sorry if this is a tough assignment on the spot, but something like that. 2 acre project and 60 dwelling units to the acre as where we would start. And then if it could be dynamically related to, so that the percentage would go up as the density increased. For a 90 unit project, it would go up to 20 or something that people were recommending. Something like that. I have lots of other kind of confusing wrenches I'm going to throw in tonight, but I'll start there and let somebody else chime in.
Thanks for sharing that, Vice Chair Toller. Does staff have any position on a sliding scale for density? As density goes up, so does the affordability?
So it's something that we considered at the end of the day in terms of the way that the city's zoning code is structured at the moment. If there was a complete overhaul of the zoning ordinance in terms of how it's structured, then I think it's something that would be a lot easier. The way that our zoning code is structured now and the way that it's envisioned as part of our rezoning, it's essentially a range of density that's allowed for residential projects. So the 60 dwelling units per acre versus the less than 60 dwelling units per acre is just where the natural break happened in terms of affordability. So it's something we can look into. At the end of the day, I think it just might not match the way that our zoning code is structured at the moment, and it's something that we could consider in the future. Okay. But we will take a look at it if it's the commission's recommendation and moving forward to the council.
Okay. I mean, did staff ever consider any zoning code changes to accommodate higher density? I mean, was that ever part of the discussion with the team? I know that sounds like all of 2014 work right there.
So what is envisioned in the housing element is essentially taking a look at the range of density that is allowed by our general plan and zoning code today. It's actually very low. Most areas of the city, the maximum density is 20 dwelling units per acre. We don't get to 30, we don't get to 40, we certainly don't get to any of the other density ranges that have just been discussed tonight where housing projects become possible. So the focus of our housing element and future rezoning is creating those residential land use categories, those zones where we can allow for these higher density ranges in certain areas of the city where it's compatible. So that's already happening as part of a rezoning process. So the idea with the affordable housing ordinance is that it works together with that rezoning so that in areas where we are allowing for additional housing units, we're getting some value back from the value that we're adding in the form of affordable units. It's structured that way. I think it makes sense that way. Certainly there are a million different ways that you could do it. I think this is the way that we've recommended based on the way our zoning code is structured today.
Okay, great. Thank you, Director Lee. To my colleagues, is there anything specifically within the proposed ordinance as far as language? If you want to reference page numbers or certain paragraphs that we can look at together, happy to go into it. Commissioner Zick.
I don't have any specific language changes. I just want to make sure that we're going to get to some point here where I can provide my general comments to the item. And I think maybe you have that in mind. I just want to make sure there's going to be an opportunity to do that.
Yeah, happy. If you want to go for it, Commissioner Zick, you're welcome to make your comments.
Okay, well, I'll do that then. The overarching feeling I have is that we're not ready to have this. I'm not even sure we should have this, but my overarching feeling is we're not ready to have this. You know, we have organizations that have affordable housing in their name. It's pretty clear what they want. Higher percentages, the better. You know, I'm almost of the mind, but it wouldn't be an honest interest to say it ought to be 30% and 25%. Why? Because it would absolutely kill what I think is an unproductive path we're going down. Okay? So I'll support as high a percentage as anyone wants to go, but not for the right reasons. I hear somebody say, and I've heard this before, but I heard it tonight, housing is a right. It is not a right. I mean, I understand the cultural backdrop for a comment like that, but if housing is a right, well then food's a right, and clothing is a right, and a car's a right, and a job is a right, and everything's a right all of a sudden. And I don't know, refer to the Constitution. These things aren't rights. So I hear people say that, it makes me nervous. I hear somebody say, and I mean no criticism when I say this, that they're an apartment developer. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in doing things that are going to incentivize and increase apartment development. I've talked ad nauseum, whether people agree or not, that's okay, that everybody's entitled to their opinion. This city is upside down with rental versus ownership. We don't need more apartments in this city. We absolutely don't. I'm not interested in anything that incentivizes rental. I want to incentivize ownership. We go, well, let's see, we don't want to exclude ownership from this ordinance. Okay, well, we're not on the same page. I feel like we're trading high density for affordable housing. That's the trade-off that this thing is going after. Well, if we wanted high density housing all over the city, we'd have that. We don't want high density. I say we, but I would think there's a lot of people in the community that don't want high density housing all over the city. If we wanted it, we'd have it. So it clearly is a trade-off, high density for affordable housing. Well, what are we getting when we do that? it's a tax. I mean, one of the speakers talked about it's a tax. We're taxing the rest of the people in a development to subsidize the affordable housing component. Well, how fair is that? That's not market rate housing now, that's above market rate housing by definition. I don't know how that makes sense. That's not fair. And then to manage this whole program, we need city staff, employees who already have jobs, so now we need more staff to do this job. And for at least 55 years, they're going to be tracking it's a government housing program. There's a cost associated with that. And what do we get out of it? There was a comment, I don't have her letter in front, where she was talking about, I don't want to misquote her. In Cynthia McDonald's letter, she was articulating that the percentages aren't high enough. Other people have articulated this too. Because if we're serious about getting to the RENA allocation numbers, these percentages have to be higher. She's absolutely right. And I spoke ad nauseum about that point at our last meeting too. The fact is, these percentages are not going to get us to the RENA allocation. 12,000 units we have to build. If we got 10% of those across the board, assuming you even built all 12,000, that's 1,200 at a 10% ratio. We need 4,713. I don't know what our goal is here. It certainly isn't to hit RENA, because this isn't a program to hit RENA. It certainly isn't to get affordable housing, because we trade that off for density in the community and above market housing for the rest of the people in the development. I don't know quite how that's fair. The gentleman left representing the Builders Association, he sees this as a disincentive for the production of housing. These are the guys that are going to build it, recognizing that maybe a large apartment complexes can be built for a profit still in the city. Again, something I don't think we need. The people who are most involved, the community members who are most involved in this, are saying on the one hand, I don't think this ordinance is ready to go. On the other hand, I think these percentages are way too low. On the other hand, people are saying it's a disincentive to the production of housing. And yet we're pushing forward with it. Why? Because our neighbors have it. Is that a good reason? Remember, my dad gave me a lecture once when I told him my best friend had something. He goes, well, if he did that, you're going to do that too? You know, it's like you're being a sheep. You're not being independent. This thing isn't ready. We send this thing up to council and they're going to be all over the map with this thing. Just like we heard here. This thing isn't ready. We have the builders saying, work with us, please. We have another developer who said, I sent in some comments, but actually I don't see them all in here. You know, wanting this dedicated separate building for, this thing isn't ready. I'm not ready to send this thing up to council. I don't even think we should have this. Why do we have it? Because we went to a consultant and that's what they produce. And I have a great deal of respect. I brought this point up last time. And you're absolutely going to get it. And what they do is they calibrate the percentages to what they think is realistic and achievable. That's their value add. I believe they produce that value. But should we really have this in the first place? No, I don't think so. No specific language changes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Very thoughtful responses, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah. So I like Vice Chair's recommendation of maybe considering that sliding scale depending on size. Also, in the coalition's letter, they, on page 2, they quote Pacific Arts Plaza and Town Center as an example where there is existing, I guess, commercial sites that would be developed and that they are actually interested in building high-density housing. And then also a caveat for land that is vacant, right? Because the concern is that we reduce the number because, you know, they would have to, I guess, demolish a building to then rebuild it. So that's why we're raising it. We're lowering the capacity because of, I guess, the investment in the land. But is there, you know, to include a variance for land that is vacant? So within that sliding scale, should land be vacant, it should come down to the originally recommended 1510. And then also just consideration again, because right here it's quoted that Irvine company that owns this land is interested in high development housing and they're successful at it in Irvine. So, but Kathy, I guess our consultant said otherwise. So I don't know if maybe she can provide some clarity there.
Yeah, Kathy, are you still on the line?
I am.
Okay.
I'm here.
Would you like to respond?
No, I mean, I think the suggestion that vacant land can support a higher inclusionary percentage is absolutely correct. And so if you wanted to go in a direction where you applied a different requirement to vacant land versus improved land, then it would be legitimate to add a higher percentage. What we were trying to do with the financial evaluation is to come up with something that was density oriented. And as the vice chair mentioned, the bigger the site, the more efficient development can be and the higher, you know, higher potential again for that. At some point you reach too many scenarios because then you've got a 2-acre site that's improved versus a 1.5 acre site that's vacant. And, you know, and so every single site would have its own requirement. I don't think that's a workable solution. So I think more variance is possible, but I would be careful with how much variance.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kat.
Yeah, and that's also kind of in response to, right, one of our stakeholders. They said, give us more opportunities to meet the requirements. So I think this would be an opportunity, and maybe for those landowners or property owners that are able to meet that higher requirement, like the Irvine company here has stated, you know, why not?
Well,
We're
interestingly,
missing out that opportunity. Yeah.
I mean, interestingly, I don't think that that's quite what the opportunity they're looking for is, to have to build more affordable housing. I think it's more incentive based, or, you know, options for how to configure where to focus the affordable. But I get where you're going with it. Any further thoughts, Commissioner Andrade?
Yeah, and just finally, yeah, we do need it. This is, I do believe that we do need it. With all respect, Commissioner, this is the city of Costa Mesa, not Costa Mesa Estates or something, right? We need to come to terms that this is a city. As many of us have an opportunity to listen to city council meetings, at every single meeting, you hear our local constituency over and over talking about the lack of affordable housing. They're getting rented out. They're getting kicked out. And so we're creating these fail-safe systems to catch people should, you know, we just passed some law that should someone get evicted, the city is going to be informed immediately, so then we can provide resources. So one way or another, whether we're trying to catch people at the end once they get evicted from their rental property because they no longer can afford it, we're going to pay for it. Or we pay for it up front in actually building affordable housing for everyone, for an equitable Costa Mesa. So, yeah, so just, we need to be conscious of everyone that lives here. Yeah, we can't just, I mean, what's the alternative, right? Get everyone out. There's also a housing issue, homelessness. There was a couple of, you know, comments in the previous hearing about, you know, homeless people are bringing all this crime and what's the issue? I mean, first off, our homeless population are not criminals, right? They are people that are living in crisis. So if we want to truly do something about it, this is how we do it. Create systems and programs like one of our shareholders suggested, right? Let me build a building that supports all of this and provides the necessary resources to it. Because again, we're going to pay for it in our taxes one way or another, either for social services because people continue to be on the street because it's in the millions of dollars of taxpayer money that gets invested into that. Or we build housing for people.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. I think it seems like we're just kind of getting our general thoughts out about this rather than specific amendments to to the ordinance. So I guess I'll go ahead and take my swing too. So I have never alluded to anything other than being a very strong supporter of ownership opportunity in this community. I believe very strongly in the traditional pathway to success, at least success as measured by creating long-term wealth through property and property ownership. I think if you were to look at our general plan on its face, it says in our guiding policies that we need to strike a balance between ownership and rentership. And whether you believe it or not, the general plan kind of insinuates that we need to move towards the ownership category. Now, I'm not so hard-nosed that I can't see that we can also create rentership opportunities along the way as well. But I also believe in some nuance as well. When I think about ownership opportunities, think about anyone who wants to get in the market. Can you find a place that's under $1 million here? It's pretty difficult. And if you could, and you had the disposable income, why wouldn't you buy it just to create some equity, whether it was your forever home or not? And I tend to think that for a lot of Costa Mesans who are at the upper echelon of the rentership market, that a lot of those folks have disposable income that they would otherwise put into ownership opportunities, so they would thusly step out of their rentership and into an ownership category, vacating their rentership at the upper rungs of Costa Mesa rentership. I don't know if that makes sense. Basically, it's taking a whole chunk of everyone who's at the top of the renter market, putting them into kind of the next step of ownership where currently it's devoid. So that's my logic in being a very strong supporter of ownership. Has nothing to do with, thinking less of renters. I mean, I've said it before. We've all rented. There's nothing wrong with it. And I think that there's a lot of people, most people are looking for that traditional pathway to ownership. And I believe that here in this city. So what else could I say? I think, 15, I couldn't agree more. 15% of nothing is nothing. And I tend to think for those people who are talking about, what's the word of the day, deep affordability and creating large percentage set aside for affordability is just code for you don't want development in the first place. Because if you raise that percentage so high, then it doesn't pencil out for any development and then nothing gets built. So I guess it all goes back to this question of, well, what exactly do you want built? What do you think your community needs and wants? And what are the knock-on effects that take place when you do build that kind of housing? So I don't know all the answers. I just know that in my little corner of Costa Mesa, being a property owner and being in the property owning business of renting out to people and long-term rentals, that this is the kind of opportunity that my tenants are saving up for. They want to buy. They stay with me long enough to actually buy their own property. They're en route to something. And that's been my experience. And that might not be everyone's experience. I know that a lot of people are burdened right now in rent. It's astronomically high. It's not getting any better. And then the question becomes, well, what are the conditions that you can create to make life better for people who are really struggling? Does it require in lieu fees that are really high so that you can create social programs and give all the money away? Inflate your bureaucracy so that you can create more positions to just manage a program when it really doesn't go to its intended place? These are all questions that I've been thinking about. And, if the goal here is to build housing, then I keep coming back to this idea, why would we ever mandate a certain percentage of affordability when it just takes us further and further away? Theoretically, I think that, mathematically, and I'll nod to this, if you look at something like the 10%, 5% distribution, that seems to be the most reasonable to me if we were to pursue that course. But if we go much higher, it just keeps taking us away from what everyone really wants, which is more production. So at the end of the day, what do you want? Do you want housing? Do you want cheap housing? Do you want nothing? Do you want ownership? These are all outstanding questions. And I tend to track with some of the statements that Commissioner Zick was saying, in that, is this really something in its current form that we want to send on to City Council? Now, if you guys want to pursue it, I think that the majority of City Council wants to see this. I think they want to have something that they can chew on. So no matter what we send to them, they're going to be chomping at the bit. So I don't think that sandbagging this for any longer is, it's not that we're sandbagging it, but I don't think that we can really just make a recommendation to say no. I think we need to, I think we need to move forward with this. And to my original question earlier, if we can follow any kind of little amendments that we want to make to this, we can do that. If you want to send it along as is, since staff has put a lot of time and energy into this, then let's send it along. Commissioner Zick.
So if the most active people in the community that have repeatedly come forward on this topic, some are still here, some are probably still watching, if they were all on the same page with where this thing was, said, we love it, this is what the city needs, let's move forward. Even if I didn't agree with it, which I don't, I'd go, well, I'm just the odd man out, everybody likes this thing. But almost to a person, they're on different pages. And when you look at what happened with cannabis, we didn't anticipate, and I'll use the royal we so that I don't name names, we didn't anticipate where that thing would take us. And it took us to a place where I think many people would say isn't where we were hoping to end up. And now we're trying to clean up the mess. And it's too big a mess to really clean up to recover.
Yeah.
To me, this feels like the same kind of thing. Everybody's on a different page and we're saying, well, let's push it forward. Because some people they're just hot for this thing. I know they're hot for it. And then they're going to push it out there and developers going to go, now make sure that in lieu fee is something manageable. Great, it'll be low. So they'll build their super high density developments. They'll get what they want. They'll get their property. We'll get the high density. We'll be stuck with that. The coalition people go, hey, what happened to our affordable housing? We'll go, whoa, we got this bucket of money over here that the city's managing. We're going to use that for all these housing programs. Oh, okay, well, I guess that's, and we'll be 5 years down the road and we'll look at this thing, go, we're not getting anything out of this except high density, a lot of traffic, more people complaining about affordability. Where do we go wrong? What's the date? December 11th. That's where we went wrong.
It's still the 11th, but almost the 12th.
Okay. This, as much hard work has gone into this, which I respect, it isn't ready. I had a boss that once said, it isn't how hard you work, it's what you accomplish at the end of the day. That isn't to demean the hard work that has gone into this. But this isn't an accomplished piece of work ready to go to council.
Yeah. Well, I'll level with you, Commissioner Zick, and anyone else who will listen. At the end of the day, I think a lot of what spurs the inclusionary housing ordinance is that it helps us get to certify our housing element. It's a necessary component to get us to where we need to be as a city. And if that's part of the goal, and I know that people feel differently about the housing element, on this dais, but if we were to strip it down into the absolute necessary component of what gets us across the line for the IHO, I'd be curious to hear that from staff, because I'm under the impression that HCD does not put, was it HCD? I was thinking HDL. We're not quite there yet. HCD didn't really put any firm requirements on exactly what an IHO is supposed to look like. But I'm happy to have you flesh it out a little bit, if you would, Director Lee.
Yes, happy to discuss. What was included in our housing element, we specifically included in the staff report so you could see exactly what the language was in the program. Essentially, it describes the process that you go through in order to come up with an inclusionary housing requirement that is supportable. It talks about a financial evaluation. It talks about the steps that you go through, but it does not discuss the outcome of that study, because the requirement of the housing element is for us to finish that process, to not presuppose its outcome. But HCD was very clear that they wanted to ensure we were clear that the objective of the program was to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance.
But they didn't put any percentages around anything. Okay.
Because it's so community specific and so dependent on the financial evaluation.
Okay.
And in the past, actually, when cities have considered adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance, HCD has weighed in to ensure one, that you're setting requirements that are really based on a financial evaluation, so that you're not setting requirements that are too high such that it disincentivizes housing. So it's really a balance that we're striking here, and it doesn't surprise me that we have differing opinions from audience members that represent the development community and also the affordable housing advocacy community. I don't think that when you have those two differing sets of values and opinions, that it's necessarily a bad thing that they don't agree on the compromise that we've put in front of the Planning Commission. It's intended to be a policy decision. What we've done is put the information before you so you can make a decision on where you want to land. And ultimately, that's the council's decision.
Yeah. I don't know if this is a good analogy or not, but in some way, this kind of feels like making a promise to the public that we're going to paint their favorite color. And we paint it red, and then someone comes out and says, well, I really like blue, and then I really like green. And it's just, you can't paint it all. There's always going to be someone who doesn't like something. Vice Chair.
Sure. I'll move us forward a little bit and just tell you what I think needs. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Zick said, wanting to just forget about this thing and not send it forward. But for the sake of balance and doing our job, and here's my proposed changes. Threshold, like I said, 60 DUA and 2 acres. I think it can go up with the density, and I think there could be a caveat for vacant land. I totally agree with what the consultant said about at some point you just have too many scenarios and you can't have 1,000 different. Yeah, I get that, and that's what tax is, right? It's super complicated, and there's going to be, to some degree, it's like one size fits all. Even though if we have 1,000 different scenarios in the ordinance, there's really 1 million different scenarios, and it's really, there's going to be casualties, right? And it's just impossible to avoid when we're talking about what we're talking about. Okay, measure K sites only. I don't think it should go beyond that. Where the sites are being upzoned, we're trying to capture some value out of there. That makes sense to me. I don't think we should be. I think we should exempt ownership projects, because, despite my differences of opinion with the chair and Commissioner Zick about our upside down situation, they're right. The general plan policy says we need to encourage ownership opportunities, and here's a great way to do this, right? Exempt them and give them a leg up. I also think there's, this whole conversation is about, as we upzone, there's a bunch of value on the table, and we want to get it. We want to get some without asking so much that there's just no transaction and everybody loses, right? So I know this is supposed to be just about affordable housing, but if we can, maybe this is a to be determined conversation, or maybe it's in here, but exempting projects if they give us something else that we want, something like mixed-use ground floors in specified areas where we want kind of more active environments, they would get a break. So to Mr. Sakioka's point about multiple paths, in a general sense, multiple ways they can comply with us in a broader sense of giving us the things that we want. And lastly, set aside requirements. I think 10 and 5 to keep us competitive with the other cities makes sense. Also, per my fiddling with the tool for what that's worth. Also, I should say, you set assumptions, and when I made the assumptions in that, parking's one of them. When you play with that tool, you realize quickly that's the best way to kill a project. Feasibility is dead on arrival as you raise parking. So my assumptions were lower than what I would expect most developers to want to provide, regardless of our requirements, and that's at 1. So I had some other very conservative estimates that led me to land on 60. I'll just talk for a couple more minutes just to kind of justify where I'm coming from in case anybody's on the fence. But I think those are my general 5 points that I would like to see changed. Density has benefits, regardless of whether we're gonna meet the RENA or we're actually gonna drive down prices. I think density has benefits. I think allowing land to redevelop has benefits for walkability, for transit, for neighborhood uses and services. Just being a healthy, thriving city for financial productivity of our land, for keeping services going. There's a lot of benefits beyond what we're explicitly trying to address here, and that's housing affordability. I believe in price filtering. As quote-unquote luxury units are built, people move out of the inferior older units and vacate those, and so you kind of have natural filtering effects. And I believe that more supply can help stabilize prices. Stabilize, right? We're not expecting our rents to be cut in half. Yep. To everybody's point, the commenters, there's a lot of people with very emotional arguments about this being a serious thing and we can't be on the side of developer profits. Yes. I feel like it needs to be said. I don't think there's very many people in here that disagrees with that. This is an acute affordability crisis we have, and housing cost burden is a huge deal, right? And homelessness is a huge deal. What we're disagreeing on is whether we're setting these taxes so high that we'll just have nobody gets what they want, and we're at zero. So that's the technical thing we're disagreeing on. A couple more things. I spoke to a few people about this. Like I said, I'm not a developer, and we're making rules for developers. This is always an awkward situation to be in. Shane Phillips wrote the book Affordable City. The Affordable City, I think it came out last year. He's got 54 chapters. One of them is on inclusionary housing. And he has a very kind of a tepid approach to it. He said it should really be used as kind of a backstop in case density bonus isn't working out, because I think we need constant reminders. We still have density bonus law that still exists. And what he said makes sense. He said if a developer or if an investor can make 10% returns without inclusionary ordinance, or he can make 7% with an inclusionary ordinance, we don't have to be a financial analyst. He's going to take his money elsewhere, and that's what we're worried about. That was author Shane Phillips, who wrote the book. I spoke to an affordable housing developer in the Pacific Northwest, nobody that has anything to do with Costa Mesa or Orange County. And he said, my question was, where does this money come from? And he says, well, it's going to come out of rents, right? Because contrary to what a lot of how people see this, the way I understand it is investor expected return is a fixed number. Developer profit is a fixed number, and it's a percentage. The variable numbers are rents, right? And land purchase, and it's just kind of a dry math. My thought is that we have a handful of good tools at our disposal, some of which we've enacted. I think it's really cool that the City Council brought in AB 1482, that's the anti-eviction ordinance, which includes rent caps, not for units, but for tenants. I think that's really forward thinking of them, and I think we could continue to strengthen those sorts of things. Anti-displacement policies, something like the developer is responsible for paying relocation fees based on the number of units they're displacing. So there's an incentive to, if it's a 50-unit project and you're displacing 2 units, that's, that might be worth it. But if you're displacing 40 units, well, there's an incentive in there to keep those naturally affordable units. And housing assistance programs, things that we already do. So I believe it's kind of a false dichotomy that's floating around that all our eggs for addressing this crisis are in this basket. I think there's other things that we can and should be doing. Real quick, again, we have very limited leverage with developers. So getting affordable units, quote unquote, capital A, affordable units for what is really the privileged few. When you talk about who's rent burden in the city, the number of people rent burden, it's really for the privileged few. Some people are going to win the lottery on this, and most aren't. Is that what we want to do with all the leverage? Or are there other broader goals that we would like to get? And to me, yes, let's get some affordable units, but let's also focus on those other goals. So quality of design, family-oriented units, new open spaces, new connectivity opportunities, wider sidewalks, more street trees, those sorts of things. So I'll slow down there and let somebody kind of respond to any of that. But anyway, those are my 5 things, and I'll let somebody else go.
Okay, thanks, Vice Chair. I think at this point, we need to move the conversation along. This is all extremely good information, a lot of direction, a lot of beta on how staff can move on this. And I hope, and I'm sorry, Anna, if we have to write up all the minutes on this, but hopefully a lot of this discussion shows up in the minutes so that it enriches the discussion when it goes to City Council. So if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion. Is that okay? Unless anyone's just burning to talk. Okay. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to find that the adoption of the ordinance number 2023-XX is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act per CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3 general rule, and that the affordable housing ordinance will not have a significant impact on the environment. And 2, to recommend that the City Council give first reading to ordinance number 2003-XX, modifying Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish affordable housing requirements for new residential developments, with special emphasis on the 10% and 5% categories as stated, and to exempt any ownership housing opportunities and have that reflect in the final ordinance as well. And I'm happy to receive a second and any subsequent friendly amendments if there's something substantive you'd like to add to this.
Just to clarify, are you saying 10 and 15 for 60 or more units?
Let's go ahead and go back to it. What page, Commissioner Andrade?
Was it 6?
I think it was 10. Was it explicit?
Well, because the staff recommended 11 to 7 for, but you're saying 10 and 5?
Yeah, I'm gonna recommend 10%, 5%.
To go lower than the staff
to go lower.
recommendation.
Yeah, and I can talk about it a little bit more if there's a second.
Sorry, for clarification, that's for 60 dwelling units per acre and up.
Yes.
With the numbers unchanged for those lower density projects.
Yes. Going once, going twice.
I mean, sorry, procedurally, I'm having trouble here. With some key, I don't know if these amendments are friendly or not, but with some key amendments, I'd be willing to second it.
We'll take unfriendly amendments too.
Specific, should I get into a specific real quick?
Sure.
Okay, the threshold, that's a big one that I wanted to, if you're open to moving that threshold as well, then.
If I could get yeah. Okay, seconded by Commissioner Toller. Yes, we can move the threshold. Yeah, okay. Anyone else? Anyone else wish to make a substitute motion? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead.
Sorry, I would move to go 15, 10 for 60 or more dwelling units.
Okay, is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, Anna, if we could clear the board. Is there a second?
Commissioner Andrade, would you be leaving the requirements for ownership units in place?
No, I would love to take the staff report recommendation that, allows for an opportunity to lead to home ownership.
Mm-hmm.
So unchange everything else, keep everything as is, just raise the bar for 60 or more units to 15 and 10.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Vivar. Would you like to speak to your motion, Commissioner Andrade?
I mean, I think we went through it already. We gave all of our feelings, or at least our thoughts, and really just, I shouldn't say just feelings, just a really concentrated thoughts on what the needs of our community are. And keeping some, understanding too that some vacant lots this will be achievable, and that there are some property owners that are ready to do so, even with existing property in the land. So I think it's worthwhile exploring that opportunity before we just completely renege it and shut it down. And maybe leaving a caveat, I don't know, for the next flexibility to adjust as needed. It's kind of like the co-chair suggested earlier, like creating a flexible scale to allow, again, multiple opportunities to meet the requirement.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Andrade. Commissioner Vivar, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, an idea worth exploring. Frankly, I think that all of this, everything, all the for, all the against, it's all just an exercise in hypotheticals that we don't really know, how this is going to turn out. We hope it's going to turn out okay. No one really knows, but I think that it would be great if one day we're also discussing up here ways to promote ownership in the city and more ways to build houses, even if that's making it easier to subdivide lots and build small single-story homes and or other things like that. But sure, I think this is okay. City Council will do what they want with it anyways. Yeah, let's send it off to them.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. I'll go ahead and speak to the substitute motion in saying that I don't have any strong preference really. I know that where this is going, and it's just supposed to go somewhere for 7 other people to litigate. So this is going to be out of our hands, which is exactly where it should be. So Commissioner Zick.
Well, I think I agree with that sentiment more than I agree with anything else I've heard tonight. I had a boss once asked me to write a letter for him for a particular purpose, and I did. Walked into his office, took the cap off his pen, and I said, wait a minute, aren't you going to read this first? He said, well, isn't it ready to go? I said, well, I thought you were looking for a draft. I said, in that case, let me go work on it some more. So if the council is expecting a pile of stuff to be sent up to them, I think we're on the right track. If they're expecting a finished product that the majority of the public and the advocates for the various special interests are in line with, then we failed our job. So I don't know what their expectation is, but if they're watching tonight, they know what they're in for.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Zick. And I guess, it's my hope that, again, a lot of this discussion shows up in the minutes, and it gives them moments of contemplation to weigh out the seriousness of these decisions, because it is really serious and something important. I think us just having this discussion, whether or not it was supposed to go anywhere, is exceedingly important. So Anyone else wish to speak? Vice Chair.
Yeah, just in case anybody's watching the video and fast forwards to the part where the motion's on the table, I'll reiterate my disagreement with this motion. I personally feel irresponsible using government power to require 4 and 6% for projects of such low density that I feel fairly strongly just won't pencil. It's a poison pill. And 15 and 10% for big projects, I think that'll work for really big projects and for vacant land. But I think it will kill a lot of smaller projects closer to 60 DUA. So again, my recommendation, I know we have a different motion on the table, but for City Council, when they're going over this, I think we need to change that threshold. 10 units is crazy. We need to do it based on density because that's when you get bang for your buck and you start getting extra margin that you could, disposable margin, so to speak, and 2 acres. I think we need to, you could have, single stair legislation is coming to town, and there's going to be cool, very dense projects that are going to be doable on small sites, and so I want to get ahead of that. So 60 DUA and 2 acres with a separate, something separate for vacant land is my idea, and I'm not in support of this motion.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair, and I'm right there with you, and that's pretty much the only reason I won't be supporting the motion is just on the principle that the threshold is too high to really encourage development. So that's the logic there. Does anyone else have any further thoughts? Commissioner Klepak?
Yeah, I agree with the last 2 comments. I'm also not supportive of I do agree that I think that we'll be working against the ultimate goal by setting thresholds that will result in no development because the comment that Commissioner Toller made about developer profits being a set number, I think that there is a lot of validity to that. Like they will go build it in a different city, a different state. They're not just going to say, oh, well, I guess I'll just make 2% on this project and because I really want to build in Costa Mesa. So I think we need to take a reasonable approach. So I don't support the higher thresholds.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Klepak. So Anna, do we have everything lined up for the substitute motion? All right, so if we can call the question, please.
That motion carries 3-4 with Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Toller.
Fails 4-3.
Fails.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Anna. Can we pull up the original motion, please? And call the question when you're ready.
I need to get the motions in.
Okay. Everyone vote.
That motion carries 5-2 with Commissioner Zick and Commissioner Andrade voting no.
Okay, thank you, Anna. All right, where am I in my notes? It's been a while. That decision is final unless appealed to the, well, let's see. Yeah, the decision is final unless appealed to the City Council within 7 days. Gang, we did it. We got through it. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute stretch, and we'll see you in just a few. Thank you. 30? All right, welcome back to the Planning Commission meeting of December 11th, 2023. I call the meeting back into order. And Anna, if you'd please read the title of the next item.
Public hearing item number 2, potential ordinance to amend Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code and requisite modifications required in Title 9 Business License for modification to the city's retail cannabis provisions. Please note we have received public comments on this item that have been provided to the commission and made a part of the record. This is a call for any ex parte communication.
All right, thanks, Anna. I'll start to my right. Commissioner Rojas, ex parte.
I have none.
Commissioner Zick.
None.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrade, Vice Chair.
No.
Commissioner Vivar.
No.
I think your mic's off too, by the way. And Commissioner Klepak.
Nope.
All right, and I have none to report either. Ms. Halligan, I'll turn it over to you if you'd like to make a brief revisitation of the item.
Good evening, Chair Arith and Commissioners. I'm Michelle Halligan, Contract Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. Tonight, the item before you is the continuation of the discussion of potential modifications to the city's retail cannabis ordinances from the November 27th meeting. In 2020, Costa Mesa voters approved Measure Q, the Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis Tax and Regulation Measure. In June 2021, the City Council adopted ordinances to amend the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to allow retail cannabis uses. In September this year, the City Council voted to direct the Planning Commission to explore potential amendments to 8 topic areas of the cannabis ordinances. Pursuant to Zoning Code Section 13-10, one of the Planning Commission's key functions is to recommend City Council approval, conditional approval, or denial of zoning code amendments. On November 27th, the Planning Commission discussed potential modifications related to 4 of the 8 topics. The item was continued to December 11th. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission received staff's presentation, public comments, and discussed potential modifications regarding the following 4 topics: increasing the minimum separation between cannabis storefronts and youth centers from 600 feet to 1,000 feet, establishing a minimum separation between cannabis storefronts and residential zones, establishing a minimum separation between cannabis storefronts, establishing a maximum number of cannabis storefronts citywide. Tonight, the Planning Commission will discuss the remaining 4 topics as follows: allowing the word cannabis on storefront signage, advertising restrictions related to youth, strengthening labor peace agreement regulations, and establishing business displacement regulations. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission receives the presentation, take public comment, and provide direction regarding the remaining 4 topics identified by the City Council for potential modifications to the retail cannabis storefront program, and continue this item to a date certain for staff to return with a draft ordinance for Planning Commission review and recommendation. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer your questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Halligan. That was a great presentation. So just to draw attention for the second part of staff recommendation, what we are discussing tonight is not final. It's to create the ordinance, and then it would come back to us later on. So if anyone has any buyer's remorse, we're going to get a third bite at the apple here. Okay. So if we want to, I will now open the public hearing, and commissioners, ask if you have any questions of staff on this item or if we want to move along. All right, seeing none. Let's see. I'll go ahead and, is it okay process-wise if I open this up for public comment? Okay, all right. I'm going to go ahead and open up for public comment because we have had one very patient gentleman here waiting for his time. So, sir, thank you for being here. The floor is yours.
Good, thank you. I wanted to suggest maybe if someone's here longer than 4 hours and one of the only people in the room, they get to partake in that snack bar back there. Anyway, my name is Keith Scheinberg. I was on the call with you guys last week. I'm 25-plus year homeowner in Costa Mesa. I'm in on the application process. We were, 4 minutes after the application process opened. We did not have a Measure X component that a lot of these stores that are currently open had to get a priority application, and they are now open. So we played by the rules. So here we are in a bucket of about, I think, 14 people that are waiting to go forward. I've got the city staff came out, they looked at the property, they thought it was okay, they approved it for CBP permit. Concentration issue, I understand the concentration issue. We are within 500 feet of another location across the street from us, but it's one of the largest streets in Costa Mesa. So I think that's a subjective scenario. I think that should have, based on how it comes in, and Planning Commission always has the ability to approve or deny it after the application in. We just want our due process, kind of a day in court, so to speak, to get in front of the Planning Commission. You guys approved 22 permits already. You approved 8 more. I think we're in the bucket of like number 34. So instead of 30, I think there's another 6 people in that same position of bucket of where they are expenditure-wise. We're 2.5 years now in this, $300,000 deep. I give this analogy of starting a baseball game, we're in the 5th inning, and all of a sudden the game's over. It's just not fair, it's not equitable. We've been here. I don't think by adding those additional 6 people of stores is gonna change anything, but it does change a lot in our situation also with potential exposure to the city. I think that there's attorneys that are representing undisclosed homeowners, which are not, they're also being supported by some of the stores that are currently open. So I just want everyone to understand that, like when you're getting emails, some of these people are not what they say they are. They're just, I'm sure you guys understand. Also, you guys have received emails from approximately 0.0001% of Costa Mesa's population. So also keep in mind, you got Newport Beach, 200,000 people, and Huntington, which is about 100,000 people, that are not going to approve cannabis. So in our population of 100, add another 300 that have to go through Costa Mesa to get this. So I just wanted that to kind of be part of this whole thing, that you're looking at about 400,000 people that would be taking part in Costa Mesa's cannabis situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scheinberg. Mr. Vuksevich, welcome back.
Good evening, Planning Commission. So yeah, I wanted to make some comments as well about how I generally opposed the cap and oppose kind of restrictions on the cannabis ordinance for a multitude of reasons. One is that the voters of Costa Mesa set certain parameters around what that should be. But more importantly, and I say this as someone who neither participates in the retail cannabis market nor owns a business, I'm someone who believes in small business. I'm someone who believes in not putting restrictions in front of our small businesses. And I think doing this arbitrarily halfway through the process would be incredibly unfair to the pipeline of applicants that have spent time, money, resources, consultants, architects, whatever it may be, to go through the planning pipeline. And so I wonder what that says about us as a as a city that is trying to be good for small business. The other side of this too is I'd ask you all to do a thought experiment, which is imagine we didn't have a single restaurant in Costa Mesa right now, but then all of a sudden we opened the floodgates and said only the first 30 would get in. The only 30 that would get in would be your Olive Gardens, your Chick-fil-A's, your major chain brands, as opposed to actually letting the free market do its thing, where you'd get some pupusa stores or a taqueria or like something that actually has like small business to it, like a small business feel that's not a national chain, doesn't have lawyers associated, doesn't have planners and architects. Like I said, I don't participate in the retail cannabis recreational market, but if I'm looking at the market and looking at the businesses I want a competitive market that says that it's not just the major players like 420 Central and Mr. Nice Guy, it's the little guys too, who can have a real competitive shot at trying to reduce prices by having a competitive advantage in a different business model than these major players. And by putting a cap, an arbitrary cap, not only are we saying that we're not friendly to small business, we're also saying that we're not friendly to the little guy too. And that's a big concern of mine. On top of that, we're reducing competition as well. Setting this arbitrary cap means that you're not going to have a super competitive market so that you are getting like the cheapest cannabis product when you have competition with each other. And the last thing, and this is mentioned way earlier in the evening, is that we've mentioned we're the city of the arts, we're not the city of cannabis, or something along those lines. I'm going to be really frank that I want the tax revenue that can come from this. We're Costa Mesa, we border Irvine, we border Huntington Beach, we border Newport Beach. Those are markets that will come to us for cannabis. And if we actually have a competitive market, unlike the capped Santa Ana market, we will have cheaper cannabis products than Santa Ana. And I want that tax revenue to come to Costa Mesa so that we can use that money for the arts, use that money for active transportation. I want the sales tax money. And I want to ask ourselves, at the last item, we have that vacant tarot card shop, which, even though it's right next to Mr. Nice Guy, would you rather have a vacant tarot card shop or a cannabis dispensary?
Thank you, Mr. Buksvich. Anna, do we have anyone online? And I should mention that for anyone that's on Zoom, if you'd like to use the raise hand function, you're welcome to speak. Or if you're on telephone, you can press *9 as well when called upon.
The city of Costa Mesa sadly crafted a sad excuse for an ordinance. The council didn't protect our population or our city. We always wanted to be like Newport Beach, but somehow we have changed our goal. Instead, we're emulating Santa Ana. Our ordinance was actually overseen by attorneys, the city council, city manager, and the result is a giant fail. This is a hot potato. I feel sorry for the cannabis operators that obeyed the rules, checked the boxes, waited the time, and now the city realizes what a disaster. They're in the middle of the community screaming. The council is deaf to the residents, whether for self-serving issues or personal issues. You guys had yourself in a giant pickle. You made the rules and over 34 abided by the rules. And one lawsuit has ensued and probably more are on their way. This is a disaster in the making thanks to city stupidity. As one councilwoman said in surprise, well, who would have thought they would have moved next door to each other? A well-crafted, well-thought-out ordinance was possible, but our city management declined to approach this ordinance with seriousness and consideration for the community. And now they have a disaster of an incredible proportion with 30 more cannabis shops in the bullpen waiting to be approved. This is way too little, way too late, and the residents are going to suffer. But I guess maybe we need to make our voice heard not only in city council, but at the ballot place.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Spadoni. And do we have anyone else?
There's no one else.
Okay. Anyone on the telephone?
No, there is not.
Okay, great. I will now close the public hearing. And if we want to, colleagues, let's just continue on as we did before. Starting with, and I guess we could go, I don't know if, let me see here and just stop the timer. You can turn to page 2 of our last agenda report. And I'm going to start out on number 5, allowing the word cannabis on cannabis storefront signage. Happy to hear everyone's thoughts, starting with whoever turns their mic on. Commissioner Vivar.
So I think that in looking at, people here have said that we, want to be the city of the arts and a tree city, etc. But if we start allowing the word cannabis to be on signage, then I think we really are going to become the city of cannabis, because that's what people are going to see when they drive through Harbor Boulevard, through Newport Boulevard, through our city. And is that really what we want to be known for? And as well, I've heard arguments that, hey, well, people don't know what kind of business we are because we're not allowed to say what our name is. We live in the 21st century where people find out about businesses on their phones. Most people don't, sometimes people do, but most people in most instances do not drive around, say, looking for an Italian restaurant if they want an Italian restaurant, or looking for an ice cream shop if they want an ice cream shop. They will go on their phones and type in ice cream shop near me or pizza shop near me, to where there have been instances I've heard of in restaurants, for example, in New York, calling themselves pizza shop near me, so that they'll come up on search results. And I am not making this up. You can look this up. And I looked up, before coming to the meeting, cannabis stores in Costa Mesa, and I got stores with marijuana dispensary in their name, or cannabis dispensary, or various combinations of that: cannabis store, marijuana store, etc., in the name of their establishment. And so if I were a cannabis user in Costa Mesa, or somebody visiting Costa Mesa and wanted to find a dispensary, I could very easily pull up my phone, type in the cannabis store near me, and I would get not only get the name of the store, but directions to the store. So even when I arrive, I see the big sign and of the store, and I don't have to guess what it is. I do not support the proposed change of allowing the word cannabis on signage.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Rivera. Anyone else? Further thoughts? Commissioner Rojas.
I'm just going to echo what Commissioner Rivera is saying. I agree. I don't think it's necessary to put the word cannabis on there, because exactly what he just said. Most people do a search online and it's already there, so there's no need to put it furthermore on the street sign.
Okay. I'd like to kind of break this out into two separate streams for conversation. We don't have to overtalk it. I think when people think of signage, they think billboards and big marquee on the actual fascia of the building. And in a different stream, I was thinking about it more like an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper with a marijuana leaf that says cannabis dispensary on the door before anyone goes in. So it's not necessarily something that you see driving by on the road, but for anyone who thinks that it's a juice bar or a burger joint or an herbal supplement store, if you will, they're going to see it face to face before they walk into the door if the security guard is not out there already turning them away. So I just wanted to make that known. Signage would not just mean say dispensary or cannabis or marijuana or whatever.
More of a warning sign than an advertising sign.
Yeah, it's more like, you're walking into something, when you walk up to it. Commissioner Klepak.
Yeah, I like that idea of having it on the door. So if you're not sure, or if you think, because some of the names are very confusing, then you would see it before you go in. I think it's crazy that we don't allow people to put the name of their product on so people know what it is. We talk about not wanting to market to kids, but we're like, oh, but we're not going to tell you what it is. You have to come in and find out. So it seems a little contrary to, I don't understand the pearl clutching over the word cannabis, which is the product that's being sold inside the store. We did have letters of support for projects from veterans with PTSD, cancer patients that don't want to take opiates. So I feel like we are perpetuating this stigma that is talked about with cannabis when this is a legal product, and these business owners should be able to tell people what they're trying to sell.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Klepak. I think I share in your sentiments, though I look at it more temporally, that if there is still this kind of taboo sentiment within the community to not want to just put it right up on the marquee and say, come get your cannabis, that this is the next natural step in that direction, and that it can be further amended as reality, or perception of reality rather, changes.
I think that's a really good idea. It's like no pets allowed.
Yeah.
When you walk in.
Yeah, or don't hit this red button, Okay. Yeah, Vice Chair.
I'm looking at the staff report from the 27th, and it says that we already have in the ordinance sorry if anyone's trying to follow. It's on page 11. See, business identification signage shall be limited to that needed for identification only. Is what Chair Arith is describing, is that already kind of allowed through what I just read, or no?
Vice Chair Toller, so identification only refers to just the name of the business and that it cannot include the word cannabis or any cannabis symbols. So it is limited to the name of the business.
Okay, so if we were to move forward with this hypothetically, what would that look like? Max 8.5 by 11, no neon or illumination, something like that? Would we get into the details?
Yeah, I mean, if we want to pursue this a little bit more, then Director Dropkin, Ms. Halligan, Director Lee, lettering, sizing, small. What are we thinking as far as like a standard door size so that it's not just one like 6-foot pot leaf, on the front door? Well, I don't want to prime the discussion. It could
Chair
be that.
Arith, the City Council didn't provide direction about cannabis symbols. And so I'm not sure if that's something to be discussed tonight.
Okay.
The direction that I received was about allowing the word cannabis. They didn't discuss allowing the word dispensary. They discussed allowing the word cannabis in storefront signage.
Mm-hmm.
So I would try to focus on storefront signage and the word cannabis.
Okay.
Ms. Halligan, so by signage, are we referring to then, say, signs that would be illuminated that people would see driving down the street?
Like as a marquee, Commissioner Vivar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what we're referring to, Ms. Halligan?
So based on my experience in listening to the council direction, it did sound like it was storefront signs. So the signs that are actually on the building listing the name. I didn't take it as a direction in terms of small signs. For example, we don't allow A-frame signs at cannabis storefronts. That seems like a diversion from what the Planning Commission, or from what the City Council had intended. But we can explore some of that further with them. We will be coming back another time.
Okay. To move the conversation along, unless anyone wants to jump in, I can tell you for a fact I do not support large signage that says cannabis on the front of these businesses, but I am amenable to some kind of signage that's on the door before someone walks in. Commissioner Zick.
So I don't have a strong feeling really one way or the other, except Commissioner Klepak makes a point which I've heard before and can't help but agree with. Can't think of any other business we have in the city where they're not able to put the product that they sell as part of their sign. And in some cases, not allowing the word cannabis on the sign is almost a sense of denial that it exists. I don't know, like we're ashamed of it. I don't support it, so it didn't bother me that we didn't allow them to put the sign up, even though that didn't seem fair. It wasn't a rule I propagated. I just went along with it. In a very similar vein, not being able to see what's inside the store. It isn't like people are sitting around a table with bongs. This is stuff inside, cabinets. What is the harm in looking through a window and seeing shoppers? You're under 21, you can't even go in the store. It's not even like a liquor store in that regard. You can't even go in the store. So, I don't know that it makes much of a difference either way. This was a motion that Manny had made. I don't know that he made a very strong argument in favor of it. And if it's more along the lines of avoiding confusion of the public accidentally walking into a store, then I don't think we need to allow it. And your suggestion about just a simple 8.5 by 11 thing would prevent that embarrassment. But on kind of a broader landscape of not allowing a business to advertise what they're selling, we're certainly happy taking their tax dollars. So I could go either way.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Zick. Vice Chair? Looked like you were going to hit.
Yeah, I'm right with you on exactly what you said. So absolutely not for big signs. I think it's very clear that this use is objectionable, like hugely objectionable by many people, but there's a lot open and you wouldn't even notice if you didn't know any better. You start adding cannabis everywhere, now it's in your face, and that's not fair, I don't think. And now everybody's asking about it. And now we see people come into Costa Mesa for whatever reason. Generally, I found Mr. Vukcevic's arguments very compelling and just being a little more hands-off, getting the tax money, but I draw the line on having cannabis plastered all over the city. I think that would be an unwise move. But what you said, identification purposes, I do find it a little ironic that operators are embarrassed that families are walking in, given all we've heard about how this is kind of a safe, okay environment. I don't feel a lot of pity. I think if anything, that's going to disarm those people that are upset about cannabis when they see that, oh, it's really no big deal. This place is very clean and nice. But anyway, I'm totally with you on what you had said.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Vivar, you have your mic on. Did you want to say something?
No,
okay.
I don't.
All right, no, that's okay. You can keep it on.
Yeah, I'll just add to get our 7-round comment. I agree, not on the big billboards.
Okay.
Maybe I was even thinking just like the MasterCard accepted here sticker on the door, so even smaller than the 8.5 by 11. But I'm fine with an 8.5 by 11, right? Because we see those like lettering approvals, right, of restaurants, for example. And I think it's really just the learning curve that we're seeing, the complaints that we're getting of our community walking into the wrong place, because right, it's just the local residents that are just getting used to these businesses. I myself like pass by culture. I'm like, what the hell is culture? But once I saw the security guard up front, I knew exactly what it was. Because yeah, outside, I agree. Outsiders that are very well advertised in Santa Ana and Newport with massive billboards for nice guys, for example, they know where to go.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Andrade. To facilitate the conversation along en route to a vote, Director Drapkin, is there a standard lettering size for business storefront, just the doors walking in? 6-inch lettering, spacing?
Well, if you're talking about doing signage in an 8.5 by 11 area, 6-inch letters are going to be a little.
Yeah. I don't know if I just threw it out there.
No.
As a, we could do, 3 by 5.
I think that if it's going to be in an 8.5 by 11 area or somewhere in that area, if the commission decides bigger or smaller, I wouldn't really worry about the text font size, so to speak, or even content for the matter. But if the commission's goal was to make sure that people were able to understand that they're walking into a cannabis facility, it should say a minimum amount to the fact that this is a cannabis facility.
Okay.
And then anything else beyond that, I would allow. My personal feeling is to allow them to do whatever they want within that area, like their logo or what have you, on the door.
They're to do whatever they want, insinuating that they could have a pot leaf or just, is it just the word cannabis or dispensary or some
when I said open, more open and flexible cannabis or dispensary, but we could get, the commission could get into more specifics and say, we want each store to have this specific information on each one, and it could be a standard, so to speak. But I don't know how important that is, as long as it says that it's a cannabis facility.
Okay, well, if you guys don't mind, I'll take a swing at this. Show of hands to vote for giving staff an opportunity to come back in the ordinance for next time we hear it with lettering on the front door or any entrance that might lead into the cannabis storefront that would say cannabis on the door, not on the marquee, not on the building, big lettering. By a show of hands, who would support that? What's that, 7?
Is this 8.5 by 11?
Yeah, 8. I think it's to give staff a little bit more latitude in terms of the size and spacing. I don't want to confine it just to 8.5 by 11 because that sounds like possibly not big enough.
Sure.
Okay, so is that 7? Oh my goodness! All right, we got 7. Okay, moving along. Love those 7-0 votes. Adding limitations to prohibit the marketing of cannabis and cannabis products to youth. Colleagues, I can tell you off the bat, this only came up once. It was the Harbor Adams item, and I can't think of any other instance other than that where it's come up. So to me, it's never been like a real big concern, but I'd be genuinely curious to hear thoughts, starting with Commissioner Zick.
Yeah, so this one came up from Arliss Reynolds, and it didn't, in my mind, it didn't crystallize or have a crisp concept behind it, but because I don't think she was necessarily resonating with the concern I had about that particular application about marketing to the youth. But the rest of the council went along with her interest in terms of adding additional limitations prohibiting the marketing of cannabis. What I find interesting is on the staff report, page 12, it appears that there, so let me kind of back up for just 1 second. So, sometimes you can't I would say most times, you can't legislate common sense. And to me, a cannabis operator, knowing what we have, what the state has in terms of separation requirements and the sensitivity around that, would have the common sense to know that trying to partner with or sponsor youth sport organizations is just poor judgment, I think. I don't think we could craft a rule that would say you can't do that. I think that would just be poor judgment, and there might be ways to deal with that. But I'm looking on page 12 of the staff report, and it appears as if there's already a very specific restriction, this section 26151, and this is of the California Business Code, not some Costa Mesa ordinance. Any advertising or marketing placed in broadcast, cable, radio, print, digital shall only be displayed where at least 71.6% of the audience is reasonably expected to be 21 years of age or older. To me, that feels like that covers and provides a sufficient amount of protection against this advertisement. But having said that, there's a gargantuan billboard in Santa Ana, if you're coming south on Harbor Boulevard, just before you cross over the Santa Ana River, on the left-hand side, off the charts, has a giant billboard and it says cannabis on it. Now, this is a California State Business Code section. I don't think you could argue that 71% of the people are 21 years of age or older driving down Harbor Boulevard. Drivers obviously are, but the occupants of the vehicles. I don't know how that billboard is allowed according to this California Business Code. Similarly, using the U.S. Postal Service to mail out flyers, and off the charts did. I received one, but it didn't say cannabis anywhere on it. So I might even argue that wasn't necessarily advertising cannabis, but I guess I'd ask staff to clarify this idea, because if you can't have broadcast, cable, radio, print, digital communication, where at least 71.6% of that audience is going to be older than 21, to me that sounds very restrictive in that regard. So am I missing something in interpreting that?
No, Commissioner Zick, I think you're interpreting it correctly. The state provisions are very robust. They include beyond what you just indicated, and they're on the staff report on page, like you said, both 12 and 13. And actually, staff's recommendation is that the state code requirements do the job adequately, and that no other requirements are necessary.
So let me ask it this way hypothetically, just so I'm crystal clear about this. If one of our cannabis businesses let me make up a name of one. Well, I'll use Off the Charts as an example. I'm not picking on them, except they had a billboard, so I guess I was. If they decided to provide T-shirts to some youth organization, and on the T-shirt it said Off the Charts, would that be considered the advertising that is prohibited by this section? Because they've given these T-shirts with that name on it to youth.
Yeah, I don't know about that section, but section 26-152E says that to not essentially advertise or market cannabis or cannabis products in a manner intended to encourage persons under 21 years of age to consume cannabis or cannabis products. There is some subjectivity to all of these state requirements. It's worth mentioning. And so, for example, Commissioner Zick, one of the previous hearings that was considered, and this was considered an issue by the commission to some degree, was the distribution of backpacks. So the distribution in backpacks, in general, probably not an issue. But then distributing backpacks with smoked cannabis on it, or even possibly even their name on it or their logo that is well known to have cannabis in it, that could be considered to be in violation of the state code.
Okay, and I guess I didn't, in the former example that you gave, I can understand, although I have an opinion on it, of course, the subjectivity involved if it's a backpack that has no label on it, or where it came from was the cannabis business. I'm going to set that one aside because that isn't specifically what I'm interested in. If the backpack had Off the Charts on it, could we very clearly say, without being wishy-washy or ambiguous, that that would be in violation of this section?
Yeah,
Good,
I think
I'll take yeah.
Well, if I could jump in, Commissioner Zick, I don't know if we want to get a legal opinion on the Constitution
No,
in the first.
I'm not trying to get a legal opinion. I'm trying to get a director's opinion.
I don't know if no, I can appreciate that, Commissioner. Director,
I have my opinion. If he agrees with me, then we got two people that can go to bat.
I know. I love it when people agree with me. Director Lee.
No, I was just going to add that you have this director as well that agrees that that's an enforceable provision of the code.
Good, thank you.
Okay, get all the agreements.
Then I guess I don't feel, unless somebody's had something else in mind, that there's anything further that we would need to do. I can't think of what that would be.
Okay. One quick comment, Commissioner Vivar, and we'll move it along.
Just one, quick question. So I know that for the tobacco industry, there's a rule that none of their advertising can have a person who's a minor on advertising. So would that same state law also prohibit that? And I can also accept a as an acceptable answer.
Commissioner Favar, that is something that the city of Costa Mesa could add to our zoning code. Other cities have updated their ordinances to not allow advertisements featuring persons who appear to be under 21. However, I'm not sure as to how those organizations or jurisdictions are enforcing that. It might be complaint-based to the state, but I'm not solid on how they enforce that.
Well, colleagues, I would propose adding that if our state code is not strong enough in that regard.
So no depiction of a person who appears to be under 21?
Correct.
Okay.
In parity with tobacco requirements.
Okay, Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, and I also have agree with what was already shared, but as far as marketing material, I actually got a picture at Wilson Elementary of a nice guy sticker, like in an emoji kind of face. So it's like nice guys as the eyes and then a smiley face. I think emojis are, well, I don't think, I know emojis are very attractive to little kids. My kid is quite a fan of every possible emoji-looking sticker. So including, clarify, I know that it says right here in section 26115, the marketing print as well, communications. So how could, just to make sure that we're able to enforce that because, yeah, any kind of cartoonish type stickers, kids love stickers. I don't know how to screen for that, but.
If I believe that, without saying yeah right away, when you refer to section 26-152F, it's very broad, and I think in this regard, it basically speaks to publish or disseminate advertising or marketing that is attractive to children. So I think that covers it. And I think that covers more than just that. And that was one of the reasons I felt that, or staff felt that, the state requirements were broad enough to be interpreted, to be limited enough to accomplish the city's goals in regards to reducing marketing to an issue of children.
I would just say include that line somewhere in there, because I'm sure the people at Nice Guys didn't put it on school campus, but someone got it from Nice Guys and then slapped it on school campus, and it's now on a gate somewhere. So school staff I did inform school staff, so hopefully they'll remove it soon, but yeah.
There's also some provisions in the state code that limit marketing within 1,000 feet of a school also. So it really is all there, so, including emojis.
Okay. So Commissioner Andrade, in moving things along, is there any, do you still propose any additional language that we might add or make a recommendation to add? Or do you feel like or do you think rather that the state code satiates your concern?
Yes.
Okay.
Make sure that their marketing material is not attractive to children.
Okay, yeah, and it, by default, state's got it on 26152F.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Question for staff. We don't have as one of our conditions of approval anything that references. I don't like the idea of being redundant and repeating code sections when the code already applies. But we don't have anything in our conditions of approval that speak at all to this concern we have about marketing to youth or any reference to these compliance with these provisions.
Michelle's in one ear and I was just thinking about it in my other ear. I think the compliance with state law will hit that requirement, but nothing specifically. I don't recall anything specifically in the conditions of approval.
Yeah, that's correct. There isn't anything specific to advertising to youth in our conditions of approval, but we do state that the business has to operate in a manner that is compliant with all applicable state laws.
Yeah, okay, and that's sufficient. And of course, what's hanging over them is that their cannabis business permit from the city is renewable every 2 years, and if they're not good neighbors, they put that at risk. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zick. So to move this along, Commissioner Vivar, it seems like your concern falls in line with what Chula Vista did. And I quote, advertising or marketing in the city shall not contain a depiction of an individual under 20 years of age consuming cannabis or cannabis products. Advertising or marketing in the city shall not be attractive to youth. Would that kind of language be in line?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move the.
So sorry, just to clarify, because what was just stated is that currently the CUP says as long as you follow state law, but I just reported to you all that Nice Guys has an emoji sticker, so it's out there already. So maybe we do need to include it in the CUP so that there's no more kid-friendly stickers being printed out there for our future applicants.
You know,
I don't know how to.
It's really interesting, Commissioner Andrade. When I think of emojis, I don't automatically think kids, and I don't automatically think kids when I think stickers either. And I know I could totally see where you're coming from. Yeah. I mean, I use.
You need to hang out with some elementary schools a little more often.
Yeah, I know. I use emojis all the time, and I'm almost 40.
Sure, right, but you're not slapping it on your backpack or your water bottle or your.
You should see my water
binder.
bottle. I'll bring my water bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe not the emoji cons, but yeah, certainly stickers. So I don't know. That seems tough to me to essentially tell a cannabis operator you can't make stickers or make stickers in a way that would be attractive to kids, because what are kids attracted to anyways? I mean, that's pretty ambiguous. And it's the ambiguity that gets me more than anything. And I mean, if there was any indication of an intent to push that out to kids, then it's already covered by the state law already to not advertise to children, whether it's an emoji sticker or not. So I know you could like put a little more teeth into it and say, don't make emojis, but it just seems like maybe a bit of a step too far.
Just that doesn't appeal to kids.
Yeah. So if I may, let me take a stab here. If we need to discuss this to get a 7-0, happy to hear it. But how about a soft vote, adding language to the ordinance that reads along the lines of what Chula Vista has on page 13, and I read, advertising or marketing in the city shall not contain a depiction of an individual under 20 years of age consuming cannabis or cannabis products. Advertising or marketing in the city shall not be attractive to youth. Raise your hand if you agree to add that to any of the ordinance language. What is that, 7? 7.
Slam dunk.
This feels really good. We should do this more often. Okay, 7-0. Moving along. Strengthening of labor peace agreement requirements for cannabis storefronts. Happy to hear thoughts. I'll say right off the bat, there seems to be two at play. One is legitimate, one is illegitimate, if you will. I don't know the ins and outs of what is considered illegitimate, but happy to hear thoughts, starting with Commissioner Zick.
Yeah, so the legitimate versus illegitimate, I think, could be characterized slightly different. That is, this is my favorite union, and I don't like these other guys. But that aside, staff is pretty clear at the bottom of page 14 that they believe, and I agree with them, the DCC is the appropriate agency to investigate complaints regarding the labor peace agreements. So if a business is having a problem with it, if the employees are having a problem with it, go to DCC. Don't go complain to Jennifer or Scott. And I like their approach on this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Vice Chair.
Agreed.
Okay, anyone else?
Agree.
Okay, agree. Okay, so the strengthening of labor peace agreement regulations, staff to create something that's along the lines of what's already been written and recommended by show of hands, if you agree.
Say that again?
Basically, if you, that the DCC will be the primary contact for any complaints about labor. I don't think we want to get in the game of deciding which union is good and which is bad. So, but that we at least recognize that this is the proper authority to settle these things, and that maybe generally just having a good labor agreement or labor peace agreement in place is something that is beneficial for the city and its employees. Commissioner Zick.
So does city staff feel that there's a need to write anything further into the conditions of approval to cover this perspective that it's none of our business, that it's DCC's business?
I don't know what advantage it would, I don't know the added value, what that would be, especially when there's a provision in the ordinance and also in the conditions of approval that say that it must comply with state regs already.
So we're already covered probably, is what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it could be that we would write back to the council with regards to, and this was the intent of staff's recommendation, was that the Planning Commission felt that the existing regulations were already compliant.
Perfect.
So to me, Commissioner Zick, it's not necessarily that it doesn't have to be something that's in the ordinance itself, but it could read in the minutes that we considered it, and this is what we feel that there's already a healthy backstop for any of the complaints. if, so, okay, I'll raise my hand to that too. You can be the one to make the motion, Commissioner Zek. Thanks. All right, is that 7-0? Okay, all right, this is great. I keep saying it, but man.
More to go.
So we've come to the last, wait, is it actually the last?
It is.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Establishing provisions for notification and relocation assistance for existing businesses that would be displaced by retail cannabis uses, starting with Commissioner Vivar.
So I have spoken about this many times up here, and in the last discussion we had 2 weeks ago, I mentioned to city staff about the Caltrans requirements of relocation. In many of the instances that we've seen up here, because the rules, because essentially there was initially no cap, no anything really, and they could more or less go in any commercial districts in the city, barring a few areas within the sensitive zones, led to the experience that we had of, in my opinion, local serving residential areas becoming gutted, and we had an earlier speaker say that we support small business in the city, and if we do, then I think that having this in place shows that we do support small businesses, and we have heard, at least anecdotally, that some of these operators have, out of their own will, offered relocation assistance. But I think that if we want to, again, promote a healthy mix and balance of services in the city, then I think that we need to have language about relocation assistance.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Vice Chair?
Sure, I agree with the sentiment, and it was a little scary when we first unleashed this really powerful use into our retail market. Now the big dogs have gone forward, and we have smaller operators, and I wonder if the worst is behind us. If I want to open a hot dog store, do I need to pay relocation assistance, or only if I open cannabis? And how do we make that? What's the logic there? So I get it. I'm having trouble how we could make something fair and consistent and logical.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Zik.
So I don't think we should undertake this for several reasons. One is in the staff report, the bottom of page 15, carrying over to 16, staff indicates that it would take a significant staff effort to monitor and implement a methodology and et cetera, et cetera. A little bit of a complex can of worms that would be open. Second, the whole idea of free market, running a business, leasing space, owning space, is up to the business. If they don't want to be displaced by some guy that wants to come in and pay twice the rent, how do they protect themselves from that displacement? Sign a long-term lease. Otherwise, yeah, you're going to be displaced. Why? Because the guy who owns the building, who's leasing it to you, wants some surety of his rental income. And if you're only willing to do month to month and some guy comes along and says, I'll take the building for a whole year, well, and I'll pay you more. I mean, that's kind of the way the real estate market works. Government intrusion, I mean, all this stuff. I mean, I just, maybe the state will come along and do this like they did with the housing and the eviction thing too. Hopefully not. But I just think this is such a horrible direction to go. I just don't think we should get in this business of caring about whether somebody's paying more rent than the next guy and he gets displaced. It's like, then negotiate better terms with your landlord so you're not displaced. Buy a building so you're not displaced. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zick. Commissioner Klepek.
I totally agree. That's what legal contracts are for. And there are terms in the lease where if it's terminated earlier, then there's, certain compensation that has to be made. But when you move into a space, you agree to the length and the price, and that's all in the rental agreement. I wouldn't go outside of that for one particular product.
Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Or any product.
All right, anyone else?
Well, I just want to interject very quickly with a comment that while those, I agree with the ideas being expressed in many anecdotal evidence of that I've picked up in speaking with small business owners in the city that are being pushed out. Landlords are refusing to extend their leases and letting them expire. And in fact, even though they've expressed interest in long-term leases, the landlord has them going month to month. So it's oftentimes not so much on the business owner side, but rather the landlord that's doing this in preparation for cannabis. But I see the winds going in a different direction.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vivar. Definitely noted. I'll share some thoughts here before we move along. It is a shame that whenever anyone gets displaced, and I would never take away from that, while simultaneously recognizing that there is a cost to doing business. And in a market like our own, if someone comes along and pays more and wants to take up that real estate, that is kind of the cost of doing business, because every single corner of our economy is touched by some kind of economic disadvantage if you take a certain step in one direction or the other. It's just like life. There's all kinds of consequences to things, and there's no way out of it. I would say at the local level, and particularly for this commission, what we've seen is business displacement has happened, but more often than not, and with rare exception, the businesses that were occupying the site were compensated, not because they had to be, but because the cannabis retailer offered up some kind of package of goodwill. Now, whether or not it was altruistic, like, hey, you really deserve $50,000 to move, or it was, we really don't want to look bad in the public eye to displace someone, that's kind of what we've seen right now. I'm inclined to agree with the vice chair in that I think if there was anything that was bad, a lot of that is already behind us. The big ones have already come in. We've seen kind of a new phase of applicants that we've been seeing recently. And if we take our other recommendations, particularly, where we propose stopping and where we're capping, then this thing, if it actually goes, it's gonna be pretty much a moot point in the next, let's call it 7 applications. So I don't know of a good way to deal with this. I recognize that there is some disadvantage for existing businesses to possibly be displaced by this. I don't think the disruption is going to be citywide. And I wouldn't be personally inclined to put a bunch of rules just on cannabis to say, no, if you displace someone, then you're going to have to pay. But if any other business displaces someone, then they don't. That doesn't seem very fair to me. And unless we were prepared to levy that across our whole city, then there's no way to pursue this particular vein. Yes, Commissioner Vivar.
I find it interesting, right? We're saying, oh, well, it's not fair to that's the cost of doing business, to the displaced business in this instance. But we were just talking about the housing ordinance, and we were saying, oh, but that's not fair for the developments. We got to take into account what they need and what their bottom line is. And we're just saying over here now, these 6 other applications that we're willing to listen to, well, it's not fair to them. You know, we got to give them a chance, you know, while others, I was saying, well, that's just the cost of doing business, right? We're cutting it off at this point because the city has had enough. So you know, here we're saying, well, this is just the cost of doing business, but in other scenarios, we are taking that into account, that how these other business types are suffering. So we have to take their concerns into consideration. So, but we don't want to do it here, because I think the instances where it's happened here is a small mom and pop kind of small business are the ones that are being displaced. So, and we're looking at the cannabis code. We're not looking at all businesses. So I think just focusing on the cannabis code, at the very least, I would say a notice is at minimum. I think what I would like to include a notice, letting the existing business a notification.
Well, if it's, I appreciate that, Commissioner Andrade, and I would say, you know, as far as noticing goes, I think it just defaults to the regular, you know, owner-tenant contract for notification of termination. So I feel like there's already a backstop in California in that sense.
Well, again, I'll interject. If the landlord let the lease expire and has them going month to month, and the landlord has no requirement that they have to follow in that instance.
Yeah, you know, I know some folks might not like to hear this, but if you own the building and it is yours to own and to go into and out of contracts, that is at your discretion.
And lease language does say you still have to give notice, even if it's on month to month.
Yeah. So there is that requirement, and it would be my hope that if there was a bad actor who was an owner of a property and didn't do the proper notification to meet the minimum requirements here in California, of which there are many, that there would be some kind of redress in that process as well. So I think when we talk about fairness, I think fairness is already kind of baked into the tenant owner contract, if it is a legitimate contract. Did you want to speak, Commissioner Zick?
Yeah, without repeating the real estate comments that I made earlier, the only point that I would make that you should be anticipating, and you kind of have this map right next to you, the Measure K map. Most of those pieces of land have buildings on them. Most of those buildings are occupied by businesses. And what do you think is going to happen when the owner of that land says, you bet I want to rezone. You bet I want to build one of these gargantuan apartment complexes and rake in a bunch of money. Do you think he's going to want to hear a speech from us about, well, what have you done for the existing tenant? Are you being fair with them? And he's going to say, well, they didn't sign a long-term lease. Well, why not? They got that map too. If I'm one of those businesses and I don't want to be displaced by the Measure K activities, you better believe I'm going to be either trying to buy that building before it gets rezoned, or I'm going to try to negotiate a long-term lease. That's what business is all about. That's what real estate contracting is all about. Yeah, I'm off the soapbox.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to entertain additional comments and thoughts in this regard, not only because it's our last thing, so then we say goodbye to it for a while, but it's also a rather important thing, and I would argue probably one of the more passionate items that City Council tasked us with out of the 8. So if anyone cares to talk about it, you know, and you feel the need, by all means. Commissioner Zick.
Before we leave the topic, because we might accidentally do it quickly, what we're not considering are 5 items that I think the council should be considering. The definition of a youth center is something that has come up multiple times. I think the council needs to reconsider that. I think the separation from youth-centric businesses is something that the council needs to reconsider also. Even if they don't redefine what a youth center is, I think separation from youth-centric businesses has come up several times, whether it was the Mesa Verde Center, whether it was the dental. So it's come up. I think they should look at that since they didn't ask us to do it. Separation from parks. Playing games with that separation measurement in our ordinance, and I think they need to reconsider that. We don't have a separation from parks, we have a separation from playgrounds. And that's defined as this 30-foot radius around the playground equipment that's sitting in the park. And to me, that's a nonsensical way to try to have a separation from the park. It's nonsensical, it's game playing, it offends me. I think they ought to reconsider that. One thing that is not specific to cannabis, but is an idea that I have wanted to throw out, and Ms. Lee, you'll probably, this might ring a bell with you because Chair DeErickle used to talk about this also. When we're issuing CUPs, it seems like the vast majority of the properties that are involved in these applications are existing non-conforming. And legally, we go along with that. We go, well, it's existing non-conforming, we're not changing the use, therefore we're going to continue to live with underparked, no landscaping, setback, all the various things that make it existing, FAR, that make it existing non-conforming. I think we ought to revisit that somehow, some aspect of the existing non-conforming, and when there's a CUP involved, which is a discretionary approval, that's the time to bring a property into compliance with whatever the most egregious non-conforming aspect is. And then the last item, separation from group and recovery homes. It's not in our ordinance. It boggles my mind that we would not have put in, especially now with what is likely to happen with these recovery homes, that we would not have a separation distance between a cannabis business and a recovery home. I think they need to look at that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Zick. And if we could just add that into the record, this is obviously not a part of the 8 that they tasked us with, but it is food for thought. And again, this is coming back to us, so we can add some stuff. We can chew on this for at least a couple more weeks, if not several more. So with that, I'm gonna just start out with no recommendation for notification or relocation assistance for businesses that would be displaced by retail cannabis uses. If you agree, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay. All right, and again, we can revisit some of these things next time, but guess what? We came to the end of it and came out relatively unscathed. So, all right, so that decision is final unless appealed to the City Council within 7 days. And that brings us to old business, new business. There is neither, and we'll move on to departmental reports, starting with Mr. Yang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For my report, it can wait until January.
Okay. Did you wait all night to tell us that?
Nothing further, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang.
Chair, before we move on, I just wanted to make sure that, did we get a motion and a vote on the last item in terms of continuing it?
Oh, let me go back a page. Did I miss something?
Maybe I can, Mr. Jepkin can weigh in on whether this was a recommendation from staff to be continued to a date certain or a date uncertain.
We definitely wanted dates certain, and I had it in my mind what date we were going to, and it was the January 22nd.
Okay. Raise your hands to continue this to January 22nd. All right. Let's have 7-0.
Do we have a first and a?
Yeah, I'll make it. Yeah. Make motion. Is it showing on your end, Anna?
Let's see.
I'm trying to beat the 12 o'clock mark so we don't have to vote on going over 12. Okay, motion made by Aerith seconded by Toller. I have no comments. Comments?
No comment.
Okay, let's call the question. January 22nd, or I guess, yeah.
That motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. Is that good enough?
That works.
Okay, thank you, Director Lee. Thank you, Mr. Yang. We'll move on to Director Drapkin with Development Services.
It definitely can wait till the first of the year.
Did you wait all night too to say that? Okay. And our city attorney, Mr. Preziosi.
City attorney report is waived.
All right. Thank you. And we'll adjourn to the next meeting. Good night. Thanks for joining us.